January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Fabi seems more fresh, and I know he loves Tata Steel, and you could just see the inspiration in Fabi's play.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is playing for a win, and he has to start winning fast if he wants to re-emerge at the top half of the draw table.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy.
What a performance.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
Happy Sunday, everybody. The playing hall over in Wijk aan Zee, the picturesque village, which every year plays host to the one and only Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 8, a beautiful way to round off an action-filled weekend. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, once again, International Master Jovanka Huska. Jovanka, I guess it's afternoon for you. Lucky you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, or good morning, should I say, Tanya? No, it's a beautiful day today, and yesterday it was even better. So much action. It was such a great, exciting round of chess.
It was indeed. The world champion redeemed himself with a win. Abdusattorov continued his unbelievable performance. But speaking of the world champion, I mean, his tough tournament has been well publicized, and he is back on 50%. And so the press found a good opportunity to catch up to Magnus after his win over Richard Laporte and asked him if he ever got concerned when Richard started throwing the kitchen sink toward Magnus's king. Let's listen in to the world champion.
No, of course I was concerned, but I was mainly focused on trying to refute his attack, and I didn't feel as though I should be losing. As I said, I mean, I immediately understood that his idea is, if not 100% sound, then very, very close to it. But it also didn't feel like I should be in major trouble. Just a nice, complicated game, and for two guys who are on a minus score, it's not a bad thing to have. So I think we both welcomed that. And yeah, later on I was just thinking, double checking stuff, but I thought, okay, if I get mated, I get mated. I don't see how.
Yes, I'm sure Magnus would be totally okay with getting mated and getting onto a -3 score. I wish I could just know when my opponent's sacrifice, my 2740 rated opponent sacrifices are on sound. But long story short, the world champion wins, Yovi. We had a pretty decisive day yesterday. Prague continues his incredible run thus far. I mean, wherever you look, you've got young players dominating the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prague isn't the only talent shining. That we also have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is just really steamrolling through his games. He's just playing such impressive, perfect chess. And yesterday, I have to say, it was a real slugfest. There you can see so many decisive games.
Yeah. You also had a 7 hour 15-minute game between Parham and Fabiano, a very frustrating finale for the American Grandmaster as he manages to come back from a worse position and was on the cusp of winning. And that affects the tournament standings directly because that means Nodirbek Abdusattorov maintains a 1 point lead over the rest of the opposition. With a win, Fabiano Caruana would have sunk his teeth into clear second place. As it stands, there is a big entourage of players on 4.5 out of 7, 1 point behind Nodirbek. One thing is totally clear, Yovi, when you look at this, which is that Nodirbek cannot fall asleep at the wheel.
No, absolutely not. 1 point lead is not that significant, especially when you are playing the world's finest players. And as you mentioned, there are plenty of players on his tails. And take a look at who's in 7th place. Magnus Carlsen. Don't write him off. He is the king of making comebacks. And someone else who's also on 3.5 points is Ding Liren. He also needs to get motoring because remember, he has a very important World Championship match happening in April.
And let's remember how he finished the Madrid candidates, starting in similarly slow fashion, but finishing with several wins. And that is how he qualified to challenge Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he has not finished with this tournament just yet. Let's review today's pairings. Of course, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He has the white pieces after a win with black against Eric Geisy yesterday, and he faces yet another difficult task in an on-form Levon Aronian who sits on +1. Magnus Carlsen has black against Fabiano Caruana. I am very much looking forward to that matchup. Any rematch from a previous World Championship is going to be one to watch, but the other games, obviously nothing to sneeze at either.
Yeah, I know. Just look at the top. Wesley So against Ding Liren. I mean, that is going to be huge. And then we have Anish Giri, who was also in 2nd place. He will be facing the young Vincent Keymer. I mean, even those players who are not currently on form, they are looking to score some points. So anything can happen.
And especially that goes for Wesley, who's won 2 in a row and who faces a Ding Liren who has struggled, especially in the opening. So with the white pieces, let's see if the American Grandmaster can really put the pedal to the metal and score a hat trick, 3rd victory in a row, which would be insane in a tournament of this caliber. The time control, if you are not aware of the time control, where have you been? Just kidding. We won't make you feel bad. Time control is the most generous of any annual tournament. The players have 100 minutes for 40 moves. Then, after move 40, they get 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And when move 60 is executed, finally, they get 15 more minutes added to their clock, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. So each time each player makes a move, 30 seconds are added to their clocks. We've still had our fair share of time scrambles, but I'm proud to report that nobody has lost on time just yet. Maybe that'll change today. Okay, well, it is 7:58 here. That means it is it 1:58? In the Netherlands, Yovi. I'm not very good with time zones. I think it's 1:58.
It is 1:58, and do have to remember that time control means that these players are playing marathons each day. They are pushing themselves to the limit. And as you mentioned yesterday, we saw a 7-hour game. I mean, we're going to see how the players react now, because will they be tired? Will we see blunders that are uncharacteristic? And there we can also see Levon Aronian getting ready. And I think someone else who's getting ready is Anna Maria Kazarian, who is getting ready to just hit that dong, right?
Yeah, somebody else, a distinguished guest, hits the gong at the start of the round. That is a Tata Steel tradition. And Anna Maria Kazarian, she is a women's international master. She is a very distinguished streamer, and should be well known to those people watching on this bright and early hour, or if you're in Europe, on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Anna Maya is about to sound the gong, and the games will be off, and I will be keeping a particularly close eye on Parham and Fabiano. Let me tell you, it is no easy matter to play a 7.5-hour game, run toward the pizza restaurant, which closed at 10 p.m. Hopefully they still made it, go to bed really quickly, and basically you get up, you have to go right back to the playing hall.
I mean, it's it's a difficult ask, and I do think that those players perhaps will struggle, and I would not be surprised if both players played it slightly more carefully today and perhaps didn't go in for any long complications and instead preferred simpler, less problematic positions.
For sure. And I'm a fan of the tournament layout. You can see the challenger section on the right. Do not be fooled by that name. There are some pretty decent players in that section as well. But of course, the stars of the show, the masters, are over on the left. You can see Richard Report, Fabiano Caruana, all of them looking toward Anamaya, waiting for that gong to sound so they can start the clock. And for Fabiano Caruana, yes, he played a marathon game, but he's got white against Magnus Carlsen. Let me tell you, he will want nothing more than to deal Magnus Carlsen another blow and send the world champion on to -1, which would be truly shocking.
That again would rock the boat. Because it's very rare that we see the world champion, first of all, losing 2 games in a row. And if he were to lose again, well, this would be unheard of. And there we see Pragnanda arriving to the board to meet his opponent, Richard Rapport, who now plays for the Romanian Chess Federation. And
He does, and yeah.
okay.
What else do you see?
We're still waiting for Magnus to arrive, right? He's always late.
Always. He comes at 2:01, 2:02, that sweet spot, that fashionably late sweet spot. And we see all of the guests and some of the distinguished authorities milling about. Okay, there's Arjun-Van Forest, I think. Yes, he turns toward the right. That means he is part of the Masters. That was Jordan. And there's the world champion, ladies and gentlemen. Shaking Fabiano's hand, taking a seat. He's got a glass of water in hand. And I don't think the clocks have started yet. You can see some applause there.
Yeah.
Or probably for Anamaya.
And gosh, it's that moment of anticipation before a game begins. Do you ever feel nervous when you're sat here at the board, lining up your pieces
Always.
and just thinking about what you're going to do? Yeah.
And a handshake. The answer, Yovi, is yes. I mean, there's always, you start thinking about your preparation. Your mind starts racing. But when the clocks begin, you zero in on the task at hand. And that is what Fabiano Caruana will have to do. 1e4 from Fabi as expected. Fabi has recently been dabbling in other openings, but he is an e4 player at heart. And always the interesting question to start the round with, Yovi, what is the world champion going to play?
Yeah, what is he going to play? I mean, is he going to open with the Sicilian, as we saw he did against Arjun-Van Forest, or is he going to take a different approach? And we have our answer immediately. It is e4, e5, and knight f3, knight c6. Are we going to see that? Or is he going to surprise me and play a Petrov? No, knight c6. And it's the moment of truth. Will the bishop go to c4, b5? It is out. It's a Rai Lopez. And both players just experts in this particular line.
Yeah, Caruana has written a very well-received book on the Rai Lopez. He's got a course. All of that came out in the past year. So you don't really want to mess around with Fabiano Caruana in the Rai Lopez. The one person I would entrust to do that is Magnus Carlsen. And they have had a theoretical battle raging in this opening now for well over a decade. If you think about the World Championship match and all of the times they have faced each other in super tournaments. Right now, they are following the absolute main line. And here, a big forking off point. White can play the move d3. That is considered the sort of principal sideline. It's been all of the rage, really, in the last 5-6 years. Of course, the most popular move is Rook e1. And Fabi, he goes down the principal path. Rook e1 is on the board. And will Magnus play the Marshall attack? Or will he push his d pawn out to d6?
Yeah, somehow... Yeah, I think he's castling. But somehow the Marshall these days is not really allowed. I mean, the white players go out of the way to avoid it, primarily because it's quite forcing. And there are a lot of variations that have led to certain results. And there we go.
You're absolutely right.
A4. No Marshall allowed. And
nope.
B4.
No. Yep, and they have had this, I'm sure, before. The thing is, when two players play this many games, in one opening, it starts sort of meshing about in your mind. I just, you don't remember, do they have this exact position, or was there the light squared bishop already on b7? So, even the players themselves often get confused in the sort of thicket of variational branches here. And let's see how Fabi proceeds here. d5 is still a possibility. And Fabi driving his pawn to a5 early. A very interesting approach, as he doesn't move his d-pawn just yet.
Yeah. And I've taken inspiration from the young German talent. I was going to ask, do you think we will ever see the move rook b8 happening with the potential rook lift to b5? I mean, it was so
absolutely.
crazy that I just want to have a little joke at that. Chess joke.
Yeah, inside joke. Chess players only.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen, in the meantime, he pushes his pawn up to d6. So Fabi successfully avoiding the marshal, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. d6 is also considered a pretty solid move for black in the Ruy Lopez. And now the typical move c3. Now, often in a comparable position, you already see the white pawn out on h3. With that being said, bishop g4 is rarely considered a good move, because that bishop can be quite easily tossed away from that diagonal. So normally you see the bishop coming out to b7. Sometimes black develops it to e6, and still other times black just delays the development of the bishop as much as possible. You can see Magnus taking this third approach, as rook b8 is on the board. Good call.
Yeah, it is the main move in the database, and I agree with you. I don't think that we're going to see that light square bishop move out to g4. First of all, it gets denied that square,
especially not now.
Quite often. Yeah. And I was going to say, this whole kind of variation depends on whether white can get a very timely d2, d4. And often they can't do it immediately because there's just too much tension in the center, and white can't maintain it. And so that's why you'll often see white kind of go d3, knight d2, knight f1, do all kinds of maneuvering, maybe even get the knight to c4. That doesn't matter. And then once the coast is clear, maybe when black is unprepared, then the d4 break will occur.
That's exactly right. Playing d4 is like trying to pass through an international airport. First, there's passport control. There's b takes c3, and there's customs. There's e takes c4. Got to make sure you have your passport with you. So you're absolutely right. Playing d4 too early can result in a queenside liquidation, and that can definitely be in black's favor if you haven't arranged your pieces properly. And the world champion is going to take really the first significant think of the game. There's a lot of candidate moves. Even the immediate rook b5 is very much possible, because bishop a4 can be met with rook takes a5. That rook in the corner is undefended. He can make a somewhat more quiet move like h6, or he can choose to finally develop the light squared bishop. So we'll keep you posted on the world champion's choice. I think this is a good opportunity to take our first dive into the bird's eye view and look at how the other games are proceeding.
Yeah. Can't wait to head there. And hang on a second. I'm already getting a big smile on my face, because
I know why.
Because Ding Liren, my man, desperate times, desperate measures, hiding world championship prep, and he's forayed into Caro-Kann territory. You already get my support for the world championship match just because of that.
Likewise, I actually have played the Caro-Kann as my main opening in the last year or so, but exclusively with the move c5 in this position. So e5, the advanced Caro. There's bishop c8 to f5, which is the traditional main move. But all the rage in recent months and years has been what I think is called the Botvinnik-Karls variation. And that is to play this like an advanced French and push the c-pawn up one square, trying to improve on the advanced French structure. That's why the Caro-Kann is objectively a superior opening, because they can still develop the light.
Yep, I agree. And somehow I don't think Ding will venture into that territory. I think he'll perhaps keep it more flexible and put the bishop out to f5. But it's so interesting because Wesley So, of course, did a very famous e4 course. And there he kind of advocates a certain line. So I always very curious, will he back up his own course and play it?
Yeah, dun, dun, dun. He recommends, as far as I remember, knight d2 and knight b3, which is one of, I believe, the 3 or 4 main responses to the advanced Caro. Ding is actually taking his time. So he's definitely perhaps thinking about playing c5. Maybe he didn't expect Wesley to follow his own recommendation. And you have a smile on your face. I have a smile on mine. Yovi, they're choosing to satisfy the commentators. Ding plays c5. But the other reason I'm smiling is because Arjun Erigaisi has chosen to play a King's Indian defense against Van Forest. And he has played a line which also was totally unheard of until Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Javakir Sendarov, two of the top Uzbek players, introduced it into practice and introduced it into the public eye in the last Olympiad. That's the move h7, h6 in the main tabia. That's bottom left side. And Van Forest responding with a surprise of his own, rook a1 to b1. I smell stockfish, Yogi. I smell the pungent scent of stockfish in that game.
Yeah. And okay, so where do you think we should head into and take a deep dive?
Man. Well, I definitely want to look at how the Wesley game is unfolding. The danger there is that the players could execute the main moves very slowly. I don't think Wesley expected c5. I mean, he's already thinking, and White's got a major choice there between knight f3 and pawn takes c5. So I think it would be risky to focus in on that game, Yovi, but the other games are all pretty standard. We've got an Italian in Raport's game. We've got an anti-Berlin, a pretty standard anti-Berlin in Nodirbek's game, and another Italian in Giri Keymer. Man, I'm experiencing some indecision here. What do you think?
Yeah. How about we pay a visit to tournament leader Abdusattorov and Levon Aronian,
Always a
and
good call.
let's check out how they are doing. And the thing that kind of struck me is that this is an exchange variation, right, in the Roy Lopez.
Yeah, this is an anti-Berlin exchange, d3, bishop c5, and now there's a big forking off point. White can castle, White can play c3, but Abdusattorov choosing to take on c6, also very popular. dc, it should be pointed out that knight takes c5 is a false friend. You don't want to take here because you lose your knight to queen d4. That's a fork. And after bishop e3, you might say, oh, well, I can win the bishop back. No harm, no foul. The problem is that you win the bishop back, but you lose absolutely everything else. g2 falls, and then you lose your rook. So surprisingly, Abdusattorov didn't fall for it. He went knight b to d2. The black bishop came out, castles, bishop back to d6 in order to support the e5 pawn. And now Nodirbek bringing his knight out to b3. You often see the knight jumping out to a5 in these variations, and Levon nips that in the bud with b6, leading us to the current position where Abdusattorov is taking his time. Yovi, interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And the reason he is taking his time is because checking the opening database right in front of me, I can see that that is not a popular move. In fact, it's only been played once before. And everyone else tends to go knight to d7, push the pawn forward to a5, even bishop g4. No one is actually trying to dominate the knight circuit by playing b6. So the big question here is, what is White going to do? Is White going to play the slow game, or is he going to accelerate everything? Yeah, you are going to answer my question. Push that pawn in the middle. Do a pawn break right now. I mean, that looks dangerous.
It does. d4 is one of the main reasons why Black often avoids this particular minor piece construction. Now, I would suppose that after d4, Black wants to grab the pawn on e4, kind of Berlin style, and then you get a very sharp position in the center. White can take on e5 anyway, and then Black can move the bishop back. And I would be worried, I would be afraid to go into a line this concrete if I'm Nodirbek, especially if I'm out of my preparation, because there's no question in my mind that the first thing Levon checked was d3, d4, unless he's bluffing, which is not a very good idea against the tournament leader. So as you're pointing out, if not d4, I think Nodirbek might go for the slow burn approach, get the bishop out, bishop to g5, or maybe bishop to e3. But the good thing about getting the bishop out to g5 is not only that you're pinning the knight, which is not such a big deal, but that if Black tosses the bishop around, the bishop can migrate back to g3 where it wants to go anyway, putting significant pressure on the e5 pawn and often forcing Black's knight back to a relatively awkward d7 square. So if I had to make the early prediction, I think the safest bet here is bishop g5. But these positions, Yovi, can get very concrete. I mean, sometimes you see black attacking on the king side with h6, g5. So I'm a little bit nervous in the early going on Nodirbek's behalf.
Yeah, I have seen Levon do that actually, and in the last years, actually, I've seen that he's sharpened his games considerably. You know, he plays quickly, he's confident, he's very punchy, he's not afraid to get off the beaten track and try his hand at playing something new. And here I agree with you. I somehow suspect that Levon, he is eager to take the point. He's eager for some fighting chess. And I think that he is also going to put his king to the queen side, and we're going to be in for a full-blooded fight. And it sounds tough, but I kind of like it. I love it when the players just come to the board with this fighting mood, this ability to kind of just sit down and just throw everything they have at their opponent. And it's beautiful to see it, especially at such a high level.
I mean, Levon and anybody wants to be the one who defeated the tournament leader. That is a very unique sensation. That is just a euphoric feeling. It doesn't matter that these players are accustomed to winning. The feeling of stopping the tournament leader, especially someone who's having as good of a run as Nodirbek, is one that everybody wants to experience. And I think Levon's choice of playing the Berlin is a good one. He knows Nodirbek is not going to take the Berlin draw. I mean, first of all, he wants an invite to next year's Tata Steel. And second of all, you basically have the obligation to play with the white pieces. So the Berlin was, I think, a very savvy choice. And by playing it, Levon guarantees a very rich middle game struggle with a highly imbalanced position. So the perfect opening to generate serious winning chances. And I agree. I think there's a high probability that black is going to go queenside here. One more thing I want to point out from a sort of technical standpoint is that if black castles queenside, I think a lot of people would be afraid to do that. But this kind of bumper that black has constructed on the queenside can actually serve as a very effective pawn shield. So let's, for the sake of illustration, let's make a couple random moves. H3, by the way, is a very bad move in these types of positions because it creates a pawn a hook that black can use for attacking purposes. But the point I wanted to make is that when white tries to attack black with a move like a4, black can stop him with a5. Then you say, okay, didn't work there. Let's try the c file. Whoop, no way. c5. And look at this pawn construction. White has absolutely no breakthroughs. The knight looks like a dummy over on b3. And unless white can get some sort of a sacrifice going on a5, I mean, you're not going to get anywhere on the queen side. So I would consider this a rather disconcerting possibility, something that Nodirbek definitely has to factor in to his thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you. The main thing that kind of I would be looking at is the fact that the white knight, as you say, is very badly placed. And knowing Levon and also knowing how he was on the wrong side of a defeat when he played white and black castled queenside, I think he's going to go all for it. He is in gung-ho mood today. And like you say, after yesterday's tame draw against Anish Giri, he wants to be invited back to next year's tournament. Every single chess player wants to play in Wijk and say that is like the pinnacle of their chess career.
It is indeed. There's no arguing that. Well, we will monitor Nodirbek's decision as he continues to ponder this early critical position. Let's take ourselves back to the bird's eye view. The Wesley Ding game is actually developing. They have chosen a specific variation of the Botvinnik Carl's defense. Yovi, I anticipate that you will say yes to this, but shall we take a look at what I think is our first Caro-Kann of this entire tournament, and hopefully not our last?
I think so, and it's very appropriate that it's been played in front of two players who adore the opening. So, yeah. And now the big question here is where is the black bishop going to go? Now, I've kind of come to the opinion that this bishop should retreat to e7.
Yes.
Should retreat to e7. Yes. And black has a very simple plan, actually. Black's idea is just simply to play knight h6, f6, goes queenside, put the knight on f7, and ask White, what you going to do with your pawn? And that's it. A4 also should be thrown in. I agree. And that's it. Simple times.
Indeed. I've had this line so many times in Blitz games, and I would say that maybe 50% of my Blitz games at least all follow the same exact variation, at the end of which Black has a pretty big advantage. And I will shout out a very good book on the Caro-Kann by Francesco Rambaldi. I know that there's this other commentator who wrote a really good book on the Caro-Kann. Forgot her name, though. Maybe it'll come to me at some point. But
it's old, though. I mean, I agree with you. He changed my mind.
Yeah. No, I mean, he advocates bishop e7, and I thought his analysis is first rate. Let me show that line really quickly. I don't think it's likely to occur here, and you can, second this if you've come across this as well. It starts with bishop e7. So most people here, they play a move like bishop d3. Black throws in a5 in order to carve out this very nice spot, which is usually used for the knight, but the bishop can go there as well. Then we develop the knight to d7. White fianchettos the bishop in order to protect e5. As you pointed out, the knight comes out to h6. Now, a lot of people go knight d2, and it's already time, I think, a good opportunity to play the move f6. And what tends to happen here is that people go knight f3 to support the pawn. The knight drops back to f7, a very nice construction. And if White takes on f6 prematurely, takes, if White does not know to play c4, and White simply castles, after the move e5, I have had this exact position probably 20 times, and White is already in big trouble because there's no good way to stop the move e4. If you move your bishop back, e4 happens anyway, and White basically just gets pushed off the board. So this line has to be avoided like the plague by Wesley So. And guess what? I have some very good news for you. Bishop e7 has been played. I'm super excited to see how this game will unfold. Back to the live game.
Yeah, me too. And I really am enjoying this because I think Wesley has already deviated from his course, unless I can't quite remember. His course involved an early queen g4. Let me just check my opening database. And queen g4 not played at all in this particular position. Everyone is playing knight f3, and really, I also have this exact same experience as you. They're all going knight f3 or bishop b2. And the position that you showed, I've also had. And it's a great feeling when you get it. It's so good for Black.
And then people always do the same thing. They sack a piece on e4, and there's never enough compensation. And what's amazing is how many GMs have fallen for this line. It's always good when you discover, it's so rare these days when you discover a line that people en masse are still unfamiliar with, and it never gets old. I mean, word doesn't spread as fast because people don't prepare for online games. Well, I'm so excited to see what Wesley has in store for us here.
Yeah, me too. And we will definitely keep a close eye on that game, personally, because I really want to. And let's go to the bird's eye view.
Okay, Wesley is going to continue pondering this position and trying to avoid the line we just illustrated. Back we go to the bird's eye view. A lot of the games are unfolding. Of course, my personal favorite is the Van Forest RD8 game. Caruana Carlson also experiencing some transformations. You can see Fabi grabbing the d4 pawn with his knight. That's not something that you do every day in the Ruy Lopez, inviting an exchange of minor pieces. The world champion over on the camera. Is he puzzled? Is he surprised? He's definitely taken his time after that move. And interesting stuff in all of the games, Yovi. This promises to be another really exciting day.
Yeah, absolutely. And shall we head over to the Jordan RD8 game? Primarily because both of these players really need to win. Arjun, of course, losing yesterday to Abdusattorov, and Arjun-Van Forest. Well, he tried to set up a fortress against Pragnananda, but as the world champion famously said, they don't exist. He doesn't believe in them. Although he kind of later backpedaled a bit and said, no, I didn't say that exactly. Everyone knows what I meant.
It's like one of those quotes that's it's not that it's taken out of context. It's like obviously an exaggeration. Oh, but you said you don't believe in fortress, and then you set up like the most obvious fortress of all time. Oh, Magnus was wrong. But this game is very interesting from a theoretical point of view. So if we rewind a little bit, I just want to give some context on this h6 move. Now, of course, they play out the main line of the King's Indian. This is called the classical variation. Black plays e5. This is not a blunder. This is the main move. And white castles. And here, the traditional main line, the Martel Plata variation, is knight to c6. I've played all sorts of sidelines. My main move nowadays, the old guy move, is e takes d4. But h6 burst onto the scene not so long ago. And the idea of this move is actually quite simple. It's a semi-waiting move. So you're first of all exploiting the fact that taking twice on e5 is not effective because black has some tactics there with knight takes e4. Say that black wins the pawn back. So after d5, let's say that white takes the queen first. After rook d8, knight takes e5, black x-rays the knight with his bishop, and this makes possible the move knight takes e4. Very importantly, if white takes, then black takes, and black pressures the b2 pawn, so he doesn't lose material. And if you think you're a genius and take Desperado on f7, unfortunately, that backfires spectacularly due to knight takes c3. You recapture the knight, then you lose a piece. You take the rook, and you drop the bishop with check, and black is winning. So this is a toothless variation. For that reason, white often plays the move bishop c1 to e3, completing his development. But there, the genius of h6 really comes into play, because after bishop e3, black plays the move knight g4, and the traditional response, bishop g5, is no longer possible because someone thought to play the move h6. So in a weird kind of way, h6 is a prophylactic move against bishop e3, and it's hard for white to find a healthy way to continue improving his position. Jordan responds with a kind of semi-waiting move of his own, putting the rook on a square where it removes itself from the bishop's potential x-ray. And here Arjun decides to take on d4 and transition into a variation, Yobi, the last thing I'll say, which is very popular without the inclusion of the moves h6, rook b1. What Arjun is saying is that the inclusion of these moves favors him. I don't know whether he will be proven right.
Yeah. And definitely a tense game developing. It's going to be all about whether white can sit on their space advantage and maintain the strongholds on e4 and c4 and pile on the pressure on d6, or whether black can just generate enough piece play. And often he can. There is no I think about it. The knight will come out, park itself on c5, and if white is really careless, then d5 is going to be the ultimate breakthrough.
Yeah, very, very common sort of mistake here is to play bishop c1 at e3. And this walks right into d5. And after cd5, black can even take back with the knight and x-ray the bishop. So we will not delve too deeply into any particular sideline, just because we're going to get a lot of clarity on the position after Jordan's next move. The recent try mostly has to do with bringing the bishop out to f4 in order to try to discourage black from playing d5. And there's also kind of a semi-waiting move like king h1, which is considered one of the best lines. But again, when I say that, I'm talking about the position without h6, rook b1. And this is classic modern chess. Two moves that appear totally insignificant can, in certain variations, completely change the nature of the game. And for Arjun-Van Forest, the challenge is really to figure out whether the move that he was planning to play without these two moves is still good, or does the move h6 change anything about the position? I think he's going to take his time in this critical moment.
Yeah, I agree. It is the moment to take a think, and it allows us to take a look at the bird's eye view again and have a look at how the other games are developing.
Yeah, and so we shall. Back to the bird's eye view. Top right, we've got sort of what started out as a very standard Italian, but things have really gone haywire. Vincent has his pawns on h6 and g5, and he has castle to that side as well. There's a knight that's moved back to h7, presumably to open up the path for the f-pawn to move forward. That looks like a pretty meat on the bone kind of game. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely, I mean, it looks like your standard day at the office, Danya. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
there's nothing here to write home about. I mean, take a look at it. The kings are safe. Pawns have come forward. No, I mean, this is crazy stuff.
Everything's normal. I mean, it's just a classic Italian position. It's just that Black's played h6, g5, and is about to play f5. And it's
Yeah.
interesting, Vincent has taken his time here, Yovi. So this is not necessarily preparation.
Yeah, I again checked the database to see whether any games have been played in this, and on the Chess.com database, nope, no games have been seen before. And in fact, I think they were following some game, but after the moves King H1, that was it. They're in new territory.
So Giri has an hour, 40 minutes. He basically has as much time as he started with, which means he's taken a little bit of time, but not all that much. The question really to me is, when did things start to go crazy in this game? And we should rewind all the way back to move 5, because on move 5, Giri played a line that's, I think, a little bit less popular than c3 and then knight bd2 and a4, which is all the rage. He brought this bishop out to g5 early. Now, as far as I know, Black has the move bishop c5 to e7. That's kind of the conservative approach. But Vincent taking the aggressive approach, pushing h6. And then soon after that, there's the g5 move. That's not as surprising. h6, g5 is very common in the Italian. What really surprises me is after a couple of developing moves, Vincent just decides to castle kingside. He's, I don't care that I played g5. My king is still perfectly safe because you cannot exploit the weaknesses that I've created with these two moves. Giri expands on the queen side, and there's knight h7 and king h8. Gee, I wonder what he's preparing with these two moves. Could it be f5?
I don't know, Daniel. No, of course it is. It's going to be f5. But obviously, White can't do a thing about that. So I was wondering, what on earth is White's plan? Because White has to do something. I mean, you don't just sit around twiddling your thumbs, just waiting for Black to just strike. And I have seen games, but in a completely different context here. And this is where the danger of having little knowledge might be much more dangerous than having no knowledge at all. Because I remember a game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen in the Norway chess. And I remember that Wesley just went a4, b5. And it was completely different because the Black king had not castled. And is it still the plan here to kind of go a4, b5, attack the knight, and just say, well, at least I'm getting something over there. I don't really know what's happening to the right of me, but to the left of me, I'm okay.
The thing is, to the right of you, you might get your bishop trapped. And so I think e takes f5 is forced. Now, Black can snap off the bishop first. I mean, I think that's a sensible decision, justifying the knight on the rim. And the engine doesn't like this as much. But just looking at this visually, again, I'm not too familiar with these structures in general. But Black's got a lot of assets. You know, Black has the bishop pair. All of Black's pieces are decent, and the knight can come back to f6. There's the very unpleasant positional threat of bishop f5 to g4. And if Black takes on f3, your bishop on g3 is completely imprisoned. That is no laughing matter. And yeah, White's got some activity on the queen side. Perhaps White can even take on a6 and argue that he's, you know, introduced some cosmetic damage to Black's pawn structure. But again, that damage is purely cosmetic. How are you going to attack the isolated pawn on a6? Heck, you've got an isolated pawn yourself. So Anish Giri is the one with something to prove on the queen side. Vincent's play on the other side of the board, I think, is far more straightforward. I love the way that Vincent has handled the opening. After another disappointment yesterday, he seems to be fresh. He is determined as ever. And Anish Giri has made a move. And it is, in fact, a4. Back to the live board.
It is. And I always have that sense of, ooh, I managed to get something right. So a4.
You did.
Maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. But I did feel that White has to do something. I mean, at least for some, you know, just for some kind of symbolic gesture, you know, I've got to have some activity. And yeah, things are really sharpening up here. And I do wonder how Black is going to react. I liked your f5 plan. I also like the h5 plan as well that we've seen in the game between Erigaisi. Who was it? Erigaisi?
It
And
was Erigaisi against Smeragaisi. I don't quite remember, but I know what you're talking
Erigaisi
about.
was with the white. Yeah, he was with the white pieces. And yes. Anyway, Ding. He played. It was the game Ding against Erigaisi.
And that game ended in a draw, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty safe bet to say that Arjun Erigaisi drew because he drew all of his games but one.
Yep.
Yeah. H5 versus F5 BOV. If I had to make a guess, I think F5 is just more consistent with how he's handled the previous two moves. If you wanted to play H5, you could have played it on the previous move. You wouldn't really need to play King G8 to H8. And I will say it's way too early to make hard and fast conclusions about this position. We're going to get a lot of clarity in the next couple of moves, but I feel like this is the first time in the tournament where Anish Giri hasn't necessarily gotten the kind of position out of the opening with which he's comfortable. He hasn't managed to steer the game in the direction that he's wanted to, and I wouldn't be fooled by the fact that Vincent has less time on the clock. Yeah, he's taking his time, but after F5, I really, really like Black's chances.
It's a dynamic game, and Vincent, of course, likes dynamic positions, and it's what you want from the opening. You want to get your pieces active. You want to have your chance to attack the opponent, and also you want to unsettle someone like Anish. Anish relies quite heavily on his opening prep. He has fantastic knowledge, and if he has to play on the back foot for a while, okay, this is going to be a moral victory for Vincent. And
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
I can
F5
see
on the board.
F5 on the board. It made a lot of sense. Ooh, this one
Man.
is shaping up to be a brutal round yet again. Do you think that the players are kind of tired? Maybe we'll see more blunders than we've done in previous rounds?
I think the day before the rest day is often notorious for exactly that reason, where the players are just salivating at the prospect of sleeping in, maybe a little nice trip to Amsterdam, the Van Gogh Museum. They want to end on a good note. And that often creates anxiety that even accentuates the fact that they're already fatigued after some long games yesterday. So I think absolutely we're more likely to see unbalanced games, and we're more likely to see blunders as the games, reach their fourth and fifth hour.
Yeah, and as the tournament draws on, of course, the nerves start jangling, and anything can and will happen. And shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and see who has started off rather mildly and who has ignited those fireworks? And I mean, it's really, I can see a few games that really catch my eye. And shall we revisit, though, Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen? Because this, of course, is a very important game. And who doesn't like seeing Fabi and Magnus play each other? It's a repeat of the 2018 World Championship match.
It is indeed. And the players are older and wiser. They're more experienced. And Fabiano, I think, has had a chip on his shoulder playing Magnus ever since he lost in the rapid tiebreaks in 2018 after all of the classical games were famously drawn. As for which openings are peaceful, we will get back to it in due course, but I really think the Gukesh game might be the only one that I would qualify as positional or quiet. Now, this game, well, I suppose the kings are not in danger, so it isn't necessarily tactical, but there is a lot going on the queen side. And just to clarify the point I made earlier, 2 moves ago, Magnus Carlsen released the tension in the center by taking on d4. And here it is automatic in 99% of cases, Yovi, for white to play c takes d4. Why did Caruana not take back with a pawn? I don't have a great answer for you. Maybe it's that he didn't like the central counter-strike d5. And after e5, Black entrenches his knight on that lovely e4 square. Bishop b4 becomes a possibility. And you start experiencing problems with your a5 pawn. I'll make the moves on the board. d5, e5, knight e4. And if you just make a nonchalant developing move. After bishop b4, you're already dropping the a5 pawn. You can see the eval bar dropping precipitously there. And perhaps for that reason, Fabiano takes with the knight. And in the event of a trade, the effect of bishop b4 is diminished because the knight on c6 no longer exists. But Magnus says, no, I am keeping you saddled with these weak pawns. And he gets his bishop out to d7. Fabiano does the same, bishop f4. And this is the current position, Yovi. What do you make of this?
Yeah, and Fabi has said in the past that commentators read too much into his body language or players' body language in general. And I'm going to read into something else. I'm going to read into the clock times. Look at that, Fabi. 1 hour, 37 minutes. He's barely used any time. So to me, this indicates that he's in his own preparation. He has done the research here. He's done the analytical work. And now he just is trying to work out what to do next.
Yeah. Knight takes d4. Not a move you play unless you're familiar with the idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it was the computer's recommendation, actually, to capture on d4 with the knight. And now Magnus has to think about what's ahead, how should he handle this position? The big problem with it is that it's not easy to kind of unravel all those pieces that are clustered together in the center. I'm thinking of the bishops and the knight, because you kind of, if you make some happy move, like move the rook to e8, then, the f7 point starts looking slightly sensitive. It's only defended by the king, and that would make me nervous. Also, if you take back the rook going to e8, other moves that Fabi could be thinking about playing is putting a knight on f5. Also, Fabi will probably be thinking about developing his own pieces, knight to d2 or a3. I haven't quite made up my mind. But somehow these pieces are going to just develop very easily, very freely towards the center. I love your bishop c4 move. Direct chess at its best. And how is black going to counter it? And knight e5 was, in fact, the only move that I saw. But that's it. That's as far as you're getting.
Yeah, you're not exactly infiltrating White's territory.
As long as White doesn't go knight d2, then okay, that's okay. Moves that I would consider, maybe not knight f5. I would kind of keep that one in the pocket just for a later time. It would probably be to develop the knight to a3. Hang on a second.
Very good,
yeah, I unfortunately no knight d2 because of knight d3.
But then you could go to c4, and if you can exchange black's only active piece, I mean, this is what you're talking about. Let's I feel like we've designated, or we're victimizing Rakiet as this sort of, standard waiting move. After knight c4, black probably is best advised to play bishop f8, because if you just sort of take, well, you can get into huge trouble in a position like this. Not only is White developing massive pressure on a6 and forcing you to curl up into a ball, but after something like e5, White blasts open the center. And, when the center opens like this, the side with the more active pieces often stands to benefit. And here, we've got an incredibly lopsided situation with respect to piece activity. And I'm already thinking, jumping really far ahead here, to moves like queen g6. This is what could happen if black doesn't handle this position with the utmost caution. And even if he does, this is unpleasant, Yovi. I think there's no arguing that Fabi's opening preparation has already been a success, both in terms of the clock situation. You want to build up a 30-minute time advantage here. That's a big deal. But also in terms of the challenges that Magnus Carlsen faces as we go back to live position. It's not that easy, as you said, for black to unravel and for black to keep the balance in the center and on the queen side.
Yeah, I agree. The world champion in an uncomfortable position at the minute. And, it's a good preparation by Fabi. In fact, all of these guys are famous for their opening preparation. We've kind of seen it left, right, and center in this tournament. People have been springing surprises, playing different things, keeping us on their toes, us on our toes, rather. And it's what we like. All this dodging, diving, weaving around. Love it.
We would not have it any other way. Well, as the world champion ruminates over what seems to be a rather unpleasant position out of the opening, we will take the opportunity first to go back quickly to our bird's eye view. We can see our usual assortment of exciting openings. I'll point out the Wesley So game. They are following exactly the path that we kind of set out, with the knight from G8 likely to drop into H6 and then back to F7, dislodging the pawn from E5. We will keep you posted on that game and the other exciting battles we have here in round 8 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. But first, we are going to take our first break of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying our coverage thus far. We are 1 hour into the round, and we will be back with more coverage on the other side of this break.
Brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved. Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach, who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
It's a blustery and cold, chilly 2 degrees centigrade day over in the seaside town of Wijk on Zay. Perfect weather to huddle in that magnificent playing hall and play some chess. We see it filled to the brim with spectators and players in the open tournaments. We've talked about it before. Tata Steel isn't just a super tournament, it is also a festival. But as for the super tournament part of it, it is the most anticipated super tournament every year. Welcome to our coverage of round 8. We're 50 minutes into this very important round, past the halfway point of the tournament and the last round before the second rest day. Yovi, this is a test of the players' nerves. This is a test of their mental firepower. It's a test of their resilience. And for the world champion, it's a test of his ability to go above 50%. Shocking to say, Magnus Carlsen still kind of in the doldrums. He's trying to get out of them ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, it's so unheard of that we see past the midway mark that the world champion is in 7th place, as you say, on 50%. That's just never been seen before, I think, and I don't know, not in my lifetime at least. And we kind of don't expect that from him either. But he is up against Fabiano Caruana. There we can see both of them thinking hard about their middle game. And it is a tense game and a tense situation indeed. And yeah, you can just see how they are so focused, both of them, with their trademark body language. You have Magnus Carlsen. To me, one thing I've always noticed about him is that it appears that chess is his meditation. You always feel that when he's there in his comfort zone, it's long exhales, he's calming himself down. This is his solace. And Fabi just also looks so concentrated, so focused, so determined. I mean, there is pride at stake here. And there we see Fabi make a move, developing his knight to the edge of the board. And
exactly as you advised.
I never know whether to take that as a compliment or whether I should be worried for the players.
Oh, my coach, when he would test me on Grandmaster games, he would always tell me, there's good news and bad news. The good news is you played the same move as Vasily Smyslov. Bad news is Vasily Smyslov made a blunder. So you're in pretty good company. But I actually like knight a3. I think knight a3 is a good way to skirt the problem of knight e5 to d3, which would have followed after knight d2, as you had explained. So, I mean, wherever you turn, we have so many different types of rich structures. I mean, this is a day of differing pawn structures. We've got that Caro-Kann over on the top left. So against Ding Liren, we've got the anti-Berlin kind of Rossolimo-like pawn structure, as you were talking about during the break, and Abdusattorov Aronian. And now in Report Pragnananda, that's bottom center of your screen, we have the most typical Richard Report move of all time, h2, h4. Shall we pay a brief visit to that game?
Yes, because I was going to say it looks like most of the players have just left opening territory and are now in the realms of the middle game and well in the realms of just being in their own territory. They are freestyling, making things up. But Richard Rapport, well, he has taken it outside the box as always. I mean, I'm just checking to see whether anyone has ever played h2, h4. And according to the Chess.com database, nope, not at all. I mean, the most popular move, it had only been played once before, but that person chose to play knight to e3.
Well, knight e3 makes a lot of sense, completing the sort of standard Ruy Lopez maneuver. h4 is one of those moves whose point is not to obscure your intentions. Your intentions are very clear and they're violent. He is trying to push this pawn all the way up to h6 in order to provoke g6 and soften up the knight on f6, increasing the intensity of this pin. And the big question for Prague is, well, does he want to allow that and prepare for it, or does he want to nip the idea in the bud by playing h6 himself? I'm not even talking about h7, h5. I think that move is largely out of the question because then the bishop is totally unassailable on g5. So let's pull up an analysis board and dive into h6. Yovi, do you think Report might be planning to play h5 anyway?
Absolutely. If you can force the black knight to go to h8, I mean, that looks terrible, but I mean, I'm expecting the knight to jump forward, or yeah, I don't want to be capturing this bishop at all. So jump forward with the knight. If you capture, it's like, oh no, you can just see a checkmating idea on h7. I mean, things are just going to get lined up on the h line. This would just be, yeah. I mean, just don't go there.
Excited. I'm getting excited. Takes. Oh, look at this. No, I guess it's better to play GF first. Rook F7. I mean, let's not talk about this because the knight comes in and you win the queen. In any case, he's not going to do that. I agree. He's going to go knight F4. And what do you make of this very unconventional pawn structure? Is this pawn a strength or a weakness?
It's traditionally a kind of a weakness. But on the other hand, black does have the bishop pair, and the pawn is disabling the knight on f1. And of course, it can't be targeted so easily. I mean, and should it be targeted? I'm kind of thinking it's a strength for the time being. Of course, it can be developed into a weakness. But, I mean, also, my vibe is, why should black even stress about that pawn? Instead, just generate the counterplay ASAP.
Like
D5.
Rook E8 and D5. Yeah. But don't go knight G4. That's the one thing that's annoying about the pawn shifting away from E5. The effect of D3, D4 increases. So you want to keep the knight on F6 to allow for knight takes E4 in response to D4. But I agree. I mean, Rook E8, D5, this is exactly the kind of position Pragg wants because he wants to win this game. Report is struggling. He lost to Magnus, and Pragg is having the tournament of his life. So I think already at this point in the game, as the position becomes increasingly unbalanced, Pragg isn't thinking, I want to do something conservative. Let's drop the knight back to H8 and grovel. He wants to meet Richard Report at the top.
And it's his style as well. And one thing that I've noticed about Pragg is he just never likes to sound the retreat. So it wouldn't even surprise me if instead of playing h6, I think you could even see a move like Rook E8. He will have calculated that after h5, he can jump forward with his knight to f4. I mean, he will only be playing h6 once the complicated lines are not working in his favor.
And speaking of h6, reports could say, well, if you don't want to do it, I'm going to do it. That sacrifices the pawn on g2 with check, not something you do every day. But Pragg wouldn't necessarily take that pawn. I think he could even choose to keep the tension. Well, the eval bar is laughing me out of the building here. But I guess g6 isn't the right approach. Maybe you should take on g2 first and then strike at the center with d5. We get a completely wild, chaotic position, which on the surface is in Report's favor. That is what Report likes. The only problem is that is also what Pragg likes. I mean, these players, they have relatively similar styles. Both of them enjoy attacking. Both of them enjoy highly unbalanced positions. I think both of them are enjoying this game, right? They love chess, and sometimes you just want to take a step back. And I remind myself of this when I start getting stressed out about a wild position. I just remind myself, this is fun for me. This is my style. So I'm just going to focus on enjoying the process of calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is both their strengths, calculation. I mean, this is what Pragg has been doing since he was a baby. You know, they've been doing calculation exercises. I don't want to say child because I feel like he's still a child. Okay, yeah. I just think that he is so practical. He knows how to coolly handle any kind of complications. I've seen it time and time again. And also, he never gets flustered when he's under pressure, either on the clock or on the position. He's just looking for those defensive resources.
Yeah. And, you know, from the opposite perspective, he was under pressure yesterday against Van Forest, not on the board. He was obviously better forever, but definitely on the clock. His clock was starting to dwindle. He wasn't making too much progress. And at some point, he just switched on beast mode. And with, 8 minutes for 10 moves, he just rattled off a series of excellent moves and ultimately brought Arjun-Van Forest's valiant resistance to a close. That was a very impressive positional win, just showing that Pragg isn't just a calculator, he's a multifaceted player, and at this point in his career, as he inches up to 2,700, he can essentially play any position. He's made his style more universal, but it is his tactical prowess that he is likely to have to lean on as this game percolates and becomes sharper and sharper. Well, let's leave Prague to his devices here. His clock down to 1 hour and 7 minutes. He doesn't have too much longer to think about this position. You want to leave yourself with a lot of time to handle the ensuing complications. And let's travel back to our bird's eye view, Yovi. Well, any interesting updates? Magnus has played Rook E8. What else catches your eye?
I think we should take a look at a game we haven't seen before, and that's the game between Gukesh and Magsudlu. It seems like it's quite peaceful, but in my experience, these positions are anything but. Looks can be deceiving.
They can indeed. We have an isolated queen pawn structure where black is the one with the IQP. So let's rewind back to the start and let's see how they reached this unbalanced pawn structure. This started off as a e6, knight f3, h6 by Parham Magsudlu. I've never seen this move before. I've seen a6, and a6 is not that uncommon, but h6, are you kidding me? Stopping bishop g5.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in this context. Normally you see it with a black playing d5, but no, this is a new one. And I like the way Gukesh handled it. He was like, okay, I'm just going to develop. You can keep your h6 to yourself. And somehow it feels like they've transitioned into something mainstream, except that black has taken the time out to do a very early h6.
Yeah, this is a Rubinstein Nimzo Indian, but in this position, black's knight is usually on c6. The move h6 doesn't really hurt black, but it doesn't help all that much either, and it does feel like white is slightly better here. Gukesh immediately goes into the IQP structure. He releases the central tension, and he says, hey, in this exact position, normally black has a knight on c6. This cannot be all that good for black, and I don't think it is. Now he plays knight c6. And it should be pointed out, Yovi, that because he's allowed white's bishop on b2, the standard move d4 no longer works because white has the very powerful response knight to a4, hitting the bishop, forcing it off of its defense of the d4 pawn. And after bishop d6, for example, white grabs d4, and the re-gift sacrifice in these types of positions is almost never effective for various reasons. But one of them is that after knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, I know a lot of people get very excited at the prospect of the Greek gift, but the king walks forward to g3. And after queen g5, whoop, it's time for the first whoop of the day. f4 deserves it. And normally you go queen g6 here. You can't do that. So the king is safe and sound on g3. Long story short, Magsudlu develops his bishop. Gukesh chases it away. And after bishop h5, we have the current position. Is Gukesh going to follow up with g4, Yovi, or do you think he's going to take a more passive, a more quiet approach, I should say, with rook c1?
Yeah, I think he's going to go rook c1. I don't see it. G2, g4 is unnecessary, and also considering that I'm just putting myself in Gukesh's shoes and saying, he's had a bad time in this tournament. Things haven't gone his way. There's no need to make life complicated. There's beauty in simplicity. Just put your rook on c1. And if you do want to invite complications, then I would suggest moves like knight e2. Because yes, okay, you do allow bishop takes knight, but that's not such a big problem because you can step forward with the king and you can use the power of the open G line to your own advantage.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. A lot of people would rule out knight e2 or any move that allows bishop takes knight, but I've seen games where checkmate results in like 5 moves. The moment a rook appears on g1, I mean, these bishops that are staring menacingly at black's king, I've heard them referred to as Horowitz bishops. So when you've got one bishop on the long diagonal and one bishop on b1 h7, I don't know if that's kind of a standardized term, but I definitely think these bishops deserve a name because this particular type of development is quite common. Let's see if Gukesh stays calm here and continues to tighten the screws with rook c1, but I like his position. I think there's no question that white is better. It's one of those things where the question is, how much is white better? Who has the advantage is not up for debate.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel that it's up to Gukesh how he wants to proceed. He doesn't actually need to invite complications. All he has to do is just maintain control over the d4 square, which is the square in front of the isolated pawn. And if he does that and tries to bully black by offering some minor piece trades, I mean, he's going to be from slightly better to much better. And whether he can transfer that to a winning advantage remains to be seen.
Yes, it does. Gukesh continues to think in this early critical moment, and he definitely will want to score his first victory in this game. The opening has been successful. He's got the white pieces. He really needs to try to stop the bleeding, and a victory over someone of Maksudlu's caliber will definitely go a long way. All right, let's take one more look at our bird's eye view, because we've got some exciting developments in a lot of the other games. In particular, I'd highlight Wesley against Ding. The position has transformed and is actively transforming there. Wow, Van Forest, RD8, the king side has closed down, and Arjun is going after Jordan Van Forest king. And top right, Giri Keymer is following a very similar path to the one that we were exploring, where Anish trying to whip up queenside counterplay and induce weaknesses in black's pawn structure, because there is a ticking clock. Vincent is assembling his forces on the king side, Yovi. I mean, this is just such an exciting round. We're only an hour in.
I know, and I just can see there that Pragnananda did in fact move the rook to e8. We were discussing whether he would go rook e8 or h6, and of course, the most combative approach is played by the young Indian. I must admit, the game I really do want to see, because it looks like there's going to be absolute chaos, maybe even a checkmating attack or kingside attack. It's the game between Jordan Van Forest and Arjun-Van because both players lost yesterday. They are in a fighting mood today, and they've come to the board just ready for a big old-fashioned slugfest.
Indeed, they have. And I should almost recuse myself from the commentary of this game, because I'm so biased in black's favor in these types of positions, which I've had so many times. And I think what has happened in the last 4 moves is very favorable to Arjun from an objective standpoint. So Jordan played bishop f4, which is a move I pointed out, inducing knight h5, and now dropping the bishop back to e3. The point is that d5 is no longer possible. Black doesn't have enough defenders on that square. But instead, a different idea is possible. f5, queen d2, and f4 anyway. Can't take on f4. The queen is going to be overextended, and you're going to lose the knight on d4. The bishop has to drop back to f2. Now Arjun continues to accumulate the forces with queen to g5. This creates the obvious threat of king h1, of bishop h3. But you might ask, well, what's the point? Since white can just play king h1. I think the point of inducing king h1 is that after black sticks a bishop on e5, there are constantly going to be ideas of knight to g3 check. And when this move comes with check, it essentially forces white's hand. The last thing white wants to do is allow an f-pawn to sneak onto g3. For example, let's say white makes a nonchalant move. Black moves the queen away to be able to recapture with the pawn, and white continues as if nothing's happening. This is purely hypothetical, because knight g3 here does not quite work due to bishop takes g3. But just to illustrate the concept, these types of positions can be incredibly dangerous, even though black doesn't have anything actually in the attack, simply on the strength of the idea queen h4, queen h2, which is tremendously difficult to stop. Okay, so king h1.
I thought your idea knight g3 was working. I got very excited there, because I was like, I think it does work.
Oh, because you have queen h5 check.
Because you have the check, yeah. With the bishop on e5, and I was like, oh, and then you took it back, and I was like, no.
Yeah, I was pessimistic there. And rook fd1 by Jordan, that's a creative defensive move. Bishop h3, he says, I don't care about the king on g1. I'm just dropping my bishop back to f1, and you have no way to accentuate the pressure on g2. Arjun says, no problem. I didn't want to go bishop h3. I'm just developing my pieces. And I think he's going to put a bishop on e5. He could also put the knight on e5, but then you might experience some problems, Yovi, with a pawn on d6. That pawn is really the linchpin of black's construction. If you lose that pawn, the dam breaks and the water starts flowing into black's position.
Okay, because this is very, very important to know, because people will be thinking, at what point do you just give up that pawn in order just to maintain your attack, perhaps to open up some central lines for the rooks to go, or do you just grimly hold on to that pawn for as long as you can?
I'm kind of changing my mind. I mean, I was trying to consider the consequences of knight d4 to c2, which you often see in these positions. But in that case, knight e5 looks quite good, because the problem with Jordan's rook f to d1 is that bishop h3 remains in play. And if black gets the knight to e5, bishop h3 becomes a lot more menacing, because you could start thinking about knight e5 takes f3 check if the bishop leaves e2. So I feel like Jordan has put a band-aid over the problem, but he hasn't removed the sort of underlying condition. I actually think he should have played king h1. And what could end up happening is that he plays king h1 anyway. And then you start wondering whether rook f to d1 was the best use of that tempo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting actually, because if I were playing with the white pieces, I would be very terrified of putting my king in the corner, primarily because of the knight g3 ideas that you showed, especially if you back it up with a bishop on e5, they would become a real threat. So if you do play king h1, whose move is it? It's white's play. So king h1, and then bishop e5. I love that idea, by the way. And then knight g3 is seriously in the air. So if you go b4, knight g3, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes knight, then you throw in the check. This is very, very important. And king goes to g1, unfortunately, and then pawn takes pawn, and you go, woo-hoo-hoo. I am having a fantastic time here. This must be winning, right? This is one of these positions where I haven't backed it up with any calculation whatsoever, but I'm like, it's so in the bag. Just need to invite everyone to the party.
You're talking to a King's Indian junkie here, so I need no convincing. Bishop f4 is one way to handle this. The point is, if bishop takes, then there's queen h2, queen h1 mate, and the bishop can't block on g1. Oh, yeah, it's winning. And if the queen moves away, in comes the knight. I love how black uses the e5 square first for the bishop, then the bishop kindly steps away and makes room for its brother, the knight, knight e5. And that's it. If white doesn't move the queen out of d2, white plays a move like b5 as if nothing's the matter, and black checks, and white has to give up the queen. This is how quickly things go from 0 to 100 in the King's Indian. Out of a clear blue sky, the attack takes 5 or 6 moves, and then you're checkmated. Now, the last thing I'll say, Yovi, this is a very illustrative line. White should probably cut his losses by taking with the bishop here and forcing the queen trade. The issue is that even the endgame doesn't look all that good for white, because black's got complete dominance over the dark squares. Knight's coming out to f6. White's definitely worse here as well. And guess what? Jordan, he's played b4. He starts the queenside attack, and he doesn't seem too concerned. I'd be quaking in my boots here with white.
Yeah, me too. I would not be happy at all. But I think Jordan is just relying on keeping his king on g1. And I suspect you can maybe laugh at me quite significantly, because what I'm going to suggest is a little bit on the ridiculous side.
Let's hear it.
That the king runs to the f1 square rather than h1 when it gets into trouble.
Oh, no, I think that is very likely to be exactly what Jordan has in mind. Because it's knight g3, the effect of knight g3 is diminished when you don't have that intermediate check on h5.
Yeah. So it's a race, basically. Who is going to be quicker? Arjun's kingside attack or Jordan's positional space grab there in the queenside?
God, this is such a fascinating game. And this is one of those games which I don't care. The result is less important than the process. As chess fans and commentators, the process of a game like this is what makes it so exhilarating. Whose attack is going to succeed? And the immediate question for Arjun is, which piece is he going to put on e5? We talked extensively about bishop e5. The benefit of putting the knight on e5 is that, of course, you're essentially forcing white's hand, because bishop h3 followed by c5 to dislodge the knight from d4 becomes a very serious problem. And I think you're absolutely right. I think he is planning the defensive retreat king g1 to f1. And we'll see if Arjun can continue fanning the flames of this attack.
Yeah. Oh, and well, whilst we wait for the play to develop there, let's head over to the bird's eye view where we can see the developments in the other games and having a look at them, and I can see, whoa, it's like take your
God.
pick.
There's
so
not
a
much going
single
on.
dull game. This is unheard of. I mean, okay, maybe we should quickly take a peek at the Wesley So Ding Liren game because it was a Caro-Kann. It was the Masters' first Caro-Kann. It's not often we see Ding play on the black side of a c5 advance. I actually never knew the name that you called it. You called it the Botvinnik.
Botvinnik Carl's defense, and Chess.com confirms that. And let me, caveat this by saying that, and it's not a verb, but by saying that I'm not great with opening names. I think I'm pretty mediocre for a GM. I mean, I've come across people who know the name for like 1A4, H5, 2B3. Oh, yes, that is the Johnson Smith Michelson variation. Of course, how did you not know that? But this one, for some reason, I've come across before.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's cool. Because I knew
It's
it
not
as
actually.
another. I
Sorry.
knew it under another name. That was the thing. I knew it as the Kenkin Arkle variation.
Interesting. Huh. Keith Arkle came up in our pre-show discussion, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. We were complimenting his endgame play. And of course, he's a great expert in these lines.
Okay, so we need to clear the air here. We need to remove the elephant in the room. Wesley So has not just blundered the bishop on e5 with his last move, because if black takes it, which is a distinct possibility that Ding does take it, there is a check on h5. And in the event of g6, we're going to get an endgame. Keith Arkle would be very happy, but he wouldn't be very happy with black's position here, because after queen f6, White can trade on his own terms with knight f3. And, Yobi, this is the last thing you want against someone like Wesley. So this is exactly the types of positions in which he excels.
Yeah, I agree. No, my vibe is that I don't go into this type of endgame, not unless you have to. And the move that I was expecting Ding to do, perhaps it's some unfamiliarity with this particular position, is to play knight h6.
Knight h6.
Yeah, to try to force White to capture on f6. You want to put your knight on f7 and kind of challenge White's grip in the center. I mean, I kind of expected this move earlier.
I guess. I can't play bishop d3 anymore because a bishop takes d5. What a devilish little idea. Knight h6 to f7 defends the bishop.
It does.
Huh. So you're prying White's fingers away from the ledge. If White plays knight f3, that's like the most natural move. I think after knight f7, White's kind of experiencing some problems with, the king stuck in the center. Queen c3 is an unpleasant possibility. Why do you think the eval bar is showing an edge for White here? What's the hidden move?
I don't know. I don't know. To me, knight h6 is the most logical move in the position. Probably it's just laughing at us and just saying, hey, you have to take on f6, and then, I don't know, just develop the pieces, and White is better on account of this light square bishop that's jammed in by its own pawns. Maybe it's something like that.
I think it is. Well, the eval bar is not going down, so it must be this. Castles, and I think this is very, very likely. Just by process of elimination, Wesley might choose this approach. It's one of those situations where the engine is showing like 0.4, 0.5, but I don't feel like this would be all that disappointing for Ding. He's got a lot of activity. He's got knight f5. Black's position is pretty easy to play, even though nominally, he might be slightly worse. I feel like if Ding navigates his way to a position like this, he should be able to hold the draw.
I agree. I don't see why the computer is so pessimistic. But then again, like you've said before, I'm not very biased. This is one of my favorite openings. I'm going to look for every single way to try to justify it. So, yeah.
Same here. Knight to d2. That's a smart move by Wesley. Just that creativity, that spark. You've seen it in Wesley's last 3 games. First, his excellent technical win against Keymer. Then, of course, yesterday, his game against Gukesh, which was going well for the Indian youngster. It was like +1. And then all of a sudden, Gukesh with a complete collapse. But all credit to Wesley. He always finds ways to put his opponent into these situations where, where it's not clear how to proceed. And Gukesh, already in bad form, got nervous again. And Wesley was able to achieve his 2nd win in a row.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player, and it's not for no reason that when the Champions Chess Tour happened, he was Magnus Carlsen's biggest contender. He was there every step of the way, keeping pace with the world champion. And Ding Liren, of course, he is world championship contender. He could be the world champion come May. Who knows? Anything can happen there. And Ding. He, of course, is world number 2, 2,800. He's just a phenomenal player. There's nothing for it. And when was the last meeting? Do you happen to know? When did they last play against each other?
So their last meeting in classical chess was in 2019 at the Singfields Cup. We have a really nice card here with a couple of storylines to discuss. You mentioned, of course, Ding being a world championship challenger, and that could give him confidence, but it also forces him to hide his opening preparation. So it actually could be a negative. Their head-to-head series at Wijk is tied with 2 draws. And of course, most famously in 2017, Ding becomes the first player from China to qualify for the candidates, where he acquitted himself incredibly well. And the craziest fact of all, Yovi, is really the last one. I always love these stories when 2 players face each other in the early 2000s, and then 20 years later, they're both atop Mount Olympus.
Yeah. It's just, I also quite like that stat. Almost 20 years ago, rub it in. Ding beat Tito in their first classical matchup in 2004 World Youth Championship, under 12. And I was like, where was I in 2004? I was playing in the Calvi Olympiad. And wow. I can remember it was a great event. And that was almost 20 years ago. Blimey. And it just goes to show how amazing these players are. Like, I also saw an interview with Jordan this morning where he was talking about how he's played at Wijk now for 10 years. Now, in my mind, it's just like I'm so bad with numbers. I'm always thinking, 10 years, that must mean that he's in his 30s. No. Jordan is 23. So he's been playing in Wijk since he was a kid. And I just can't get over the numbers about how much younger everyone is getting in the game. And I think 2004 is when Abdusattorov was born, right? So
oh my God.
Goes around, comes around.
Stop it. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
And meanwhile, we do have a move from Ding. He has played A5. Now, this is a move that you and I were advocating, but we advocated it very early on in the opening. In fact, I would have recommended playing this A5 move even before F6. Now it could be a case of too little, too late, or it could be just a good move.
I think it's somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's as effective when you don't have a knight that you can put on C5 in response to B5. On the other hand, A5, B5 doesn't hurt. I think it makes White's queenside pawn mass a little bit less mobile. It somewhat weakens the C4 pawn. So I don't think it really changes the position all that much. The one thing that Ding has to keep in mind is, of course, the possibility that Wesley doesn't go B5. But if he doesn't go B5, then Ding will take the opportunity to simplify. And, the side that lacks space and the more passive side typically benefits when pieces get traded. And I think Ding would definitely jump at the opportunity to remove a pair of rooks from the board and then trade the bishops. And, if you're Wesley, you don't want the game to fizzle out like that. I think we're going to see B5, and then I think we will be likely to see the path that we outlined before, where black gets the knight out, white ultimately takes on f6 and plays bishop f1 to e2. And Wesley is going to nurse this small but stable advantage for the foreseeable future, I think. And Ding, he's really struggled to equalize with black. There's b5. And once again, he's got, a rather annoying defensive task in front of him.
Yeah, I agree. Somehow it hasn't quite worked out, but I do think that if he plays normally with some knight h6, doesn't panic, doesn't determine the situation, he can steady the ship and generate enough compensation for those positional weaknesses that he has.
Indeed,
Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view?
Well, you're not going to get any resistance from me. Let's go to our view of all the boards. A couple of the games are stabilizing. It feels like the Caruana Magnus game is just sort of entering a maneuvering phase, Yobi, but some of the other games are merely heating up. A lot of transformations in the Nodirbek game as well. They only have one pair of bishops left on the board. And the Giri Keymer game is percolating as well. As usual, I don't know where to turn to.
Okay, I'll make the decision for you. It's the game. It's the game with the nicest pawn structure. I want with the one where one side has all their pawns on virtually the white squares, and the other side has pawns on the dark squares. It's not often you see that configuration.
I'm going to give you the nod, or the Nodirbek.
Yes.
We go to the tournament leaders game against Mr. Aronian. Is this just dead equal, or would you say that white has a little something going here?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to closed positions, I always think of them as almost like both sides have their fortresses, and I always envision these kind of medieval castles, and one side has a catapult, and they're trying to get a line into this fortress just so that they can get their troops in to invade. And so basically what I'm trying to say, just using these analogies, is that you have to look at pawn breaks. If your pawn breaks are going to be effective, for instance, c3 in this particular position, and for black it would be c5, c4, then or even g6, then one side can use the rest of their forces to infiltrate. And I do feel that this position might be headed into a draw, just because I don't see any effective openings. So, for instance, now, I mean, we could even see a repetition of moves, right? We could see Nodirbek say, no, I don't want to offer up and don't want to trade off queens, so I just want to go queen b5 check. And then Aroni will say, how about now? And Nodirbek will say no and go back. And then we have this dance between queens. Because I also would be calculating what happens after queen takes queen, king takes, and then c3. But the problem is there is going to be no line opening that's going to be effective. Because after c3, black can back up the pawn on d4 by either supporting it with a bishop or maybe going c5.
Yeah, let's pull up a board here, or bishop c5, and it could totally backfire. Like the d3 pawn becomes very, very tender as a result. But I would also argue that perhaps white can go queen c6 check here. This does not win a rook. Black has the simple king to e7. And on the next move, you could get that repetition you mentioned. Queen e8, queen c4, queen back to f7. I don't know if white really can use this tempo to do anything special. I was looking at b4. Like, this almost works. I was looking at b4, ab, bishop takes b4. Unfortunately, this leads absolutely nowhere because you take this pawn, but the king, easily hides away on f8. I'm surprised the EBA bar is not as far down as you think it would be. Probably after queen takes b6. This is nothing to sneeze at, but, leading the tournament and playing like this are rather incompatible. I think Nodirbek would much rather play a peaceful move like b3 and, acquiesce to what would be a very solid result. I mean, he's a point ahead of the field. He's playing Fabiano Caruana, who's been unbeatable this tournament. So, I don't think we're going to see Nodirbek taking any crazy risks. But, Yobi, am I missing anything in this position, or do you think that we're going to be likely to see some sort of a repetition or the position drying up in a positional draw?
Nodirbek has been playing quite aggressively as of late, so it wouldn't surprise me if he does go for the most aggressive continuation, playing for some kind of b4. But then again, he's in the lead. It's the day before the rest day. You kind of want a solid, gentle start to that day so that you can properly enjoy the rest day, because there's nothing worse than going into the rest day on the back of a loss. I mean,
Horrible.
you just have like one whole day just to criticize yourself, and that's no fun. So
Yeah.
I suspect we're going to see something like you've indicated: b3, queen c4, and then here you go. But I mean, what about Aronian? Could Aronian just decide, I want to play on for the win, for instance? Because I mean, we talked about white opening lines, but let's not forget that there is g6 in the air. That is one way to open up the position.
I think I would incline to say no, because I think g6 suffers from a similar fault to white's c3, which is that it softens up the f6 pawn, and white is very much equipped to handle that by taking on g6 and then quickly doubling rooks on the f file. From Levon's perspective, he has a lot of the same considerations. He's on +1. He's got a good score. And if he draws with black against the tournament leader, that'll give him a nice little confidence boost going into the rest day. So it seems to me that I think there's a name for this in game theory, where neither side, is the one who will deviate from this path that they're both following by inertia that leads directly to some sort of repetition or a draw. Not trying to, reduce the excitement of this game. I think there's plenty of chess left to be played, but I'd give this a 50% chance that we see one kind of repetition or another. And, Nodirbek, we've sung his praises throughout the tournament. We've talked extensively about his level of talent, and the support for Nodirbek on social media has been astounding. The press caught up with the young Uzbek talent yesterday to ask him if he's keeping up with all of the hype and how it's affecting his play. Let's listen.
No, I definitely read some news, of course, but I'm generally very focused on tournament during the tournament. So yeah, I don't read much, but yeah, I know some news about. In my country, Uzbekistan, all chess fans are supporting me. So yeah, I'd like to thank them for their support, and yeah, I will try my best.
Well, after his astounding performance at the last Olympiad, Yovi, in a well-publicized event, I think Nodirbek received a car and an apartment from the president of Uzbekistan, who met the team at the airport. Gotta say, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Yeah, I know he got the apartment after winning the World Rapid Championship. I think also in that interview, he talks about working with Kazimazhanov. And of course, Kazimazhanov is from Uzbekistan, and he was basically a national hero. And he was someone that Abdusattorov idolized as a kid. And so he just felt incredibly honored to be working with such a renowned player and coach. Yeah, we mustn't forget that Kazimazhanov was also a world champion himself.
In fact, he became world champion, if memory serves me right, in the year of Nodirbek's birth in 2004 in Tripoli, Libya at the FIDE World Cup, where he defeated Michael Adams in the final. So, everything seems to come full circle. I mean, there's so many significant dates, and how amazing that Nodirbek gets to work with his childhood idol, somebody with such a wealth of experience, someone who's worked extensively with Fabi. And, I'm positive that their relationship extends far beyond just, solving puzzles. I'm sure it's a mentor-mentee relationship. And together with Ivan Sokolov, the experienced GM who coached the Uzbekistan Olympiad team, Nodirbek has benefited from the wisdom of, some elder statesmen. That is so impactful, so important in a young player's career. And Yovi, it's not about the rating. Yes, Nodirbek is higher rated than Rustam, but as chess players, we know that could not be less significant.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's about the influence a person has on you. It's the effect they also give you. I mean, for instance, you don't want someone who's just going to make you feel bad. You want someone who's going to make you feel like you can achieve anything. And again, that person has to also know how to use the resources. Sometimes it's even can take on a managerial role, as in the sense that if you're working with a team, they will direct the other team members and say, okay, we need this information. They will almost sometimes, I mean, I've seen hide certain information that could be negative from the person who wants to become more champion. I mean, it's a very, very important role, and it's, as we saw, Kazimierz was a fantastic coach with Fabi. You know, together they got up to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship. And here we see Nodirbek under Kazimierz influence. Now, well, he's like leading Wijk and say classical tournament. And I can just see the move that was played there. Queen C6 check on the board. And it's just
Indeed.
like you called it, Danya. You are the new chess prophet. You give Danya any position, he will tell you what the players play next.
Well, I feel like, King E7, I was going to make a very bold prediction and say LeBlanc will not blunder both of his rooks in one move. And just the way LeBlanc is sitting back, I think he's convinced that the game will end with this Queen E8, Queen F7 repetition. We will keep a close eye on the tournament leader as he decides really between something risky like G4 or yielding to the repetition, which I think is far more likely given his tournament situation. One more quick look at the bird's eye view. We see so many rich games today. Eric Geisy trying to checkmate Jordan on the black side of a King's Indian. Report Pragnananda following precisely the path that you set out with the knight jumping into F4. The Caruana game is heating up even further. Fabi with F2, F4, and likely going to follow that up with E5. So definitely something to examine when we return. But we will indeed take a short second break, ladies and gentlemen. This is our coverage of round 8 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. You can see a view, beautiful view of that vast, expansive playing hall. And there we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the tournament leader. We will leave you with Nodirbek, and we will be back in just a couple of short minutes.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
We are back. This is our coverage of round 8 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. 85 years of excellence, of exciting fighting chess. This is a 13-round marathon event, and we are more than halfway through. A look at the playing hall. Look at those spectators over at the front. Every square inch is occupied. Everybody in the vicinity wants to see Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov display their best chess, and Nodirbek has indeed displayed his best chess as we take one quick look at the current leaderboard after 7 rounds. Round 8 is in progress. We don't have any results yet. And Yovi, I mean, we can say it again and again. It bears repeating again and again. An absolute breakout performance by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And if he's able to win Tata Steel, this will be something that he tells his grandkids about.
It will make him a national hero, let's face it. I mean, he's just playing a blinding tournament. I mean, this is incredible. 5.5 out of 7, defeating Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. It's just insane what he's doing. And it just seems like he's doing it so effortlessly. He hasn't been in trouble in any of his games. And yesterday, he just played such a beautiful game against Arjun-Van Forest. I mean, it's like we're seeing a work of art, and maybe even, I'm going to say, a future champion develop, because to be 18 years old, up there with the world's best in the world's strongest tournament, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
18 years old. Just keep thinking about it. It doesn't add up in your head how many more years of his prime. He hasn't even entered his prime, and these are the results that he is already displaying. Amazing stuff. As we go to the bird's eye view, we've got a lot of games that are moving so fast. If you look at Giri Keymer over in the top right, we've had a mass liquidation in that game. Giri stands up a pawn, but Vincent has that bishop pair, that bishop on a7, attacking the f2 pawn. That game, at least intuitively, seems to me approximately balanced, so we will examine that endgame in due course. But Yovi, I think everybody in the chat is itching to go to the Magnus game, because that game is virtually unrecognizable compared to that complicated middle game they had a couple of moves ago. There's a knight that's hanging on f6. Let's figure out what's going on in Magnus Carlsen land. Okay, so let me rewind a couple of moves to knight e5. It was a sort of a normal rich position with a closed center. Watch what happens. Knight a3. Rook e8, okay, improving the position. Bishop drops back, and bang, Carlsen, just the recipient of lightning play by Caruana as he smashes through in the center. F4 and then e5. But the world champion, as usual, responds in incredible Zen fashion. He doesn't panic. What he does, he trades on e5. The knight on f6, it looks like it has nowhere to go. It looks like White's going to sacrifice on f7 with checkmate. No. Knight takes d4, cd, and bishop d7 to c6, Yovi. A brilliant move that I'm quite confident Fabiano Caruana simply missed.
Yeah, and perhaps we can go through the lines as why can't capture the knight, because after pawn takes knight, I'm sure everyone is thinking, well, there's rook takes rook, but aha, you don't have to capture that rook with the queen. Take it with a bishop, and what happens next?
Bang is what happens next. The rook takes the bishop anyway. And after queen takes b3, it's the other rook. LPDO goes the abbreviation. Loose pieces drop off, as Dr. John Nunn would remind us. And after queen takes d4 check, the rook on a1 is forked. And not only that, White loses all of his other pieces as well. The whole position just collapses like a house of cards. This is out of the question, Yovi. And that means, well, White can probably take on e1 with the queen, but this promises no relief either. Here, Black just takes on b3 and swings the queen up to d5. This is completely lost, and that means White cannot take on f6. And if you can't take on f6, look at Black's control over this crucial d5 square. Carlsen is going to plant a knight on that square. Caruana's pawns are going to be frozen in space, and White's king is going to start feeling mighty uncomfortable, as are these very, very loose minor pieces on the queen side. I think Carlsen is taking over the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic move. Bishop c6. That comes like a cold shower. I mean, it was brilliant tactical vision from the world champion. And okay, so Fabi obviously in the tank thinking about how he can fix this, because he has some troubles with coordination. I mean, his knight is on a3. I recommended putting it there. It was the reason it shouldn't have been there.
Your fault.
It is my fault. Fabi was channeling me. Don't do it, Fabi. Don't go there. What I'm thinking of is that, okay, so that knight needs to be introduced into the game. The light square bishop, it's loose. Loose pieces drop off. That's also concerning me. So I'm also thinking of putting the bishop on c4 just to kind of solidify the position somewhat. Maybe the knight can drop back to c2. I know it's not ambitious, let's face it, but needs must.
I think
that's the
this.
This is where I'm going. You're understanding me. Put the knight back on c2. Protect.
Who came up with the idea of bringing it out to a3? I mean, what kind of outlandish developing move is that Fabiano Caruana making the one mistake you can never make? Although I think if he trusted me, he would have played knight c2 and blundered knight c3. So at the very least, he still has all his minor pieces. The reality of the situation, though, Yovi, is that right now, White's priority is on not losing any pieces. Like, he's not even thinking about removing the knight from d5. That's basically impossible. The thing is, if you take that knight, the queen replaces it, and that's an even worse outcome. So it's not about what pieces on d5. It's about Black's control over that square. So if you take on a6 and you focus on pawn grabbing, there is no way that you will get away with that. Even the simple bishop b4 forces the rook onto a square, and wherever it moves, it's going to get forked. This is incredibly alarming for Fabiano Caruana. The eval bar is not giving a major advantage to Black, and it appears that the best move here is actually to advance the pawn past the knight, play the move e6, and open up the other bishop, try to stabilize the situation in the center. Let me say that is not an easy move to find, and if he doesn't find it, I'm starting to get worried, not only for the position, but also for his clock. You could easily take 30 minutes in a position like this, 30 minutes that he just doesn't have.
Yeah, that is a radical move. It's very hard to make those type of moves because, symbolically, those two pawns by themselves, yeah, they're blockaded. They're not great, but they do stand together, and just to disrupt that and go for piece activity, well, that is a mark of class. So if Fabi plays it, and actually I think he will, then of course everything will be balanced. But the position, it's open, it's wild.
It is, and it just seems much easier to play for Carlson. There also is the move rook e1 to f1, renewing the threat of taking the knight. Then the knight will drop into d5. Perhaps White can mount counterplay based on an attack on the f7 pawn, something like queen h5, maybe rook c1. So I would hesitate. I wouldn't want to overstate the case here. I think objectively White's position is still okay, but there's no doubt in my mind that it is crucial for Fabiano to play very, very accurately in the next 3 or 4 moves. And he knows that. You can see that with the naked eye, and that is why he's investing a significant amount of time into this critical moment. You can just see Fabiano Caruana deep in thought. But one thing is for certain, Yovi, I think he missed bishop c6. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone f4, e5.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I have to say it is forgivable that he missed bishop c6 because, I mean, when you get to this position in your mind, you are just assuming knight moves. You don't necessarily think about your opponent's tactical opportunities.
No, you do not. And the knight just didn't have a lot of squares. Knight f6 to h5 might have been a move that he focused on. And problem for Black there is that White has the desperado sack on f7, and only then does he pick up the knight with interest. Let's not even talk about knight h7. That is not the kind of move that it's in Magnus Carlsen's dictionary. White could have set the second pawn in motion. I'll just show the knight h5 line, because if not for bishop takes f7, Black is all right here. But boom goes the dynamite, and then the queen picks up the knight. White is very much in charge here. In the event of knight h7, White had, at the very least, a move like d5, and e6 is coming to a theater near you. But it's this one move, right? That's what super grandmaster chess comes down to. It's always one move, one detail, one tiny nuance. That's the difference between success and failure.
Yeah, and well, we have to say hats off to the world champion for finding such a beautiful resource. And okay, things are not critical yet for Fabi. He still has to find a few accurate moves, so let's not write him off. But the situation is definitely, well, it's getting worse for Fabi. He just has to handle it precisely from now on.
Fabi is a full point ahead of Magnus Carlsen, and he holds second place currently, along with Anish Giri, Wesley, and Pragnananda. It is a logjam at the top here. Fight for second place, a dogfight, and it's very important for Fabi, for Anish, for Wesley to win this game. If Nodirbek draws, which he's very likely to do, then they will shrink his lead by 50%. But we also have some juicy stats. Carlson and Caruana are no strangers. They have played dozens of times. They've played 9 times in Wijk on Zee alone. Carlson leads their head-to-head, 12 wins, 38 draws, including 9 of them in the World Championship. And of course, or 11 of them, I think, the World Championship, and 5 losses only. Just great stats here all around, Yovi.
Yeah, I know. And the one that is really disconcerting to me is that Carlson, 8-time Tata Steel champion, is making his 19th appearance at Wijk and Zee. Again? Like, how? I mean,
1-9.
the world champion is just 31. How? I mean, it just goes to show how often these guys playing at Wijk and Zee, and also just how esteemed they have that tournament in their estimations. And we see also Caruana is making his 13th appearance in Wijk and Zee.
So, he's not very experienced this year. He must be feeling some nerves, you know. He just never really doesn't know Wijk on Zee that well. He doesn't know where to eat. You know, he hasn't been in the hotel many times. 13 times only. Come on, step it up, Fabi.
Yeah, complete newbie. And in 2010, they drew their first ever meeting in Wijk. 2010, not that long ago, but apparently it was 13 years ago.
Gosh.
Carlson, yeah.
It's like a different era, doesn't it? I was looking at some commercials from 2010 recently, and I mean, just by the definition alone, you just know that you're in a totally different millennium almost.
It's quite funny because many things change and other things don't. And I think I was watching an old Jennifer Lopez video, and she just looks the same. There's no doubt about that. She's as stunning as always. But the technology was definitely like, okay, this is 1998 here.
Yeah.
And it's quite funny. What they envision is going to happen in the future. And it's always like the same kind of technology. And also another film that I was watching was Blade Runner, the original one, and how they visualized it to be in 20, whatever it was. And I was like, and their technology was still very much linked to 1980s computer screens and things. It made me laugh.
It's fascinating. I'm a big fan of, listening to predictions and futurism. That entire rabbit hole is fascinating. Well, one thing remained constant. The Berlin was still popular. Magnus Carlsen was still a beast in 2010, as was Fabiano Caruana. But it's just so interesting to see the path that these players follow through the years. Well, as we speak, Caruana now drops below 40 minutes. He's going to have to make a move pretty soon. But I could easily see him taking another 15 minutes here. So critical, so important it is to find the correct path. And I think that gives us an opportunity to swing back to the bird's eye view, because all of these games are rapidly transforming. A report has just taken Prague's knight on f4, enabling Prague to open up that e-file. Gukesh, Maksulu, some trades in that game as well. Yovi, the Abdusattorov game, has gone into an end game, one in which I really can't see either side making any significant progress. I think that'll be the first result of the day. And the Keymer game is just unrecognizable. The queens are off the board. Shall we take a closer look at what happened there?
Yeah, definitely. Because we have a very interesting scenario. It's a very unbalanced endgame on the board. And at first sight, it looks like it's going to be a battle of the bishop pair against the bishop and knight. But take a look at this bishop on a7. It's a bit of a dud. it's staring at a brick wall. So the first thing that I would be looking at is trying to break it open. And yeah, you called it. I want to be playing c5.
I like c5, and if white goes d5, you have the typical response c4. Quite kind of like Benoni style, opening up the diagonal. I guess as white, I'd be thinking about taking the sting out of g4 with a move like h3. Would you take on d4 here?
I think I'd keep it in my pocket for a while and instead improve some pieces. The one who I think could be improved is the rook. I think the rook belongs on e7, protecting the e7. No, not e2.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I wasn't implying that you were thinking that. I just wanted to show the important fact that the bishop controls that square.
Yeah, and the reason I'm putting on e7 is because I'm simply following the rule of overprotection that I know that super grandmasters love to do. That's it.
Indeed, they do, and it is important to keep this bishop under lock and key. But you know what's worrying me is that, again, this game is starting to follow the narrative that's been all too common in Vincent's last 4 games, where all of them have reached an endgame at one time or another. Yesterday, against Ding, he was in the driver's seat. He was playing without risk, and he messed it up so much so that at the end we were almost talking about a 3-result game. But the 2 rounds before that, Vincent got a worse end game. It was defensible. He came very close to drawing, and then all of a sudden his opponents managed to crack his resistance at the last second. Levon Aronian and Wesley So earning points off of Keymer's endgame play. And once again, Yovi, it seems to me to be the kind of situation where white is playing for 2 results. I don't think black's got full compensation for the pawn. And that last move, d4, it really changed the landscape of the position entirely. Now the bishop looks bad. Now the rook isn't getting to e2. And the last thing I'll point out is that the move g4 is very dangerous in the middle game. But in the end game, it's totally innocuous. White could even respond with a cheeky rook to e1. And if the rooks get off the board, well, that a-pawn is going to have its moment in the sun. It's eventually going to rush forward to a5. That knight isn't going to be there forever. Bishop d7, you can calmly drop down to b5. You ain't giving away that pawn. And man, I'm getting very concerned on Vincent's behalf here.
Yeah, me too. And it seems to be a trend, as you pointed out. Vincent goes into the endgame, a pawn down, and then holds, and at the very last minute tends to crack under the pressure. I have to be honest, I didn't realize that Vincent was a pawn down. I made that terrible mistake of not counting the pawns. I assumed that there was all equal somewhere. But no, I do feel that Vincent needs to do something now. He needs to generate some play. He needs to apply pressure to the white pawn center.
I mean, rook b8, that might be the best path forward, but Vincent, he's been struggling. And some guy named Wesley So, after beating Gukesh, another struggling junior, Wesley had some advice for the younger generation of players who are struggling in these difficult events. Let's listen in to Wesley's sage words.
I think you just gotta enjoy the game. You gotta take these losses, and you gotta keep working, keep improving. When you're a teenager, the ratings don't really matter that much, and you play for the love of the game. And we have a lot of great teenagers in this tournament. I'm still not sure who's going to become a professional a few years from now, or maybe they all will. But I guess you just gotta keep learning and improving, and you learn a lot more from your losses then.
Very wise words by Wesley So. I think the operative phrase there, Yovi, is that the rating, it doesn't matter as much when you're as young as Vincent and Gukesh, because you're going to play in 15 more Tata Steels. You're playing 15, 20 tournaments a year. So you have to focus on extracting the lessons from the most difficult tournaments. So much easier said than done, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and Wesley actually said it himself. He said, this is advice just for the younger players. For me, he said, I'm old. I can take those draws. And yeah, I totally agree with his advice. When you're young, give it your all. Just every single game, just play it out until the bitter end. And however things happen, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going to learn from it. I say, for instance, like yesterday's game, Magsudlu against Fabiano Caruana, it was insane what actually happened. I mean, if we think about it logically, because it was a total draw, but Magsudlu just pressed, overpressed, and suddenly it was a turnaround. And from that very instructive queen ending, we learned something there, didn't we? It's like, I didn't know about this whole thing about advancing the H pawn, utilizing the king, and knowing just instinctively how to identify which king and queen endings are drawn, which ones are lost. And okay, these are lessons to put in the memory bank, and then you can apply them when they occur, because inevitably they do occur in your games.
I'm totally in the same boat. On the basis of that game and the Carlson Nodirbek endgame, I would already feel much more comfortable handling, let's say, a queen and 2 pawns versus queen and pawn, or queen and pawn versus queen endgame in one of my own games. So, this is really the amazing thing about getting to commentate this tournament, getting to watch the games. I feel my brain expanding as I look at these games and as I look at these amazing performances. Well, we're watching Vincent take his sweet time on this move, 18 minutes, 19 minutes, and counting now. He's thinking after the move d4. It appears that rook e8 to b8 is the only way to really keep the objective balance. You have to squeeze that rook into b2, but your move c5, I think, is very tempting as well. Vincent with plenty of time. He played very, very quickly in the first stage of this game, as did his opponent. So I'm expecting a slow burn as this endgame gets underway. Well, some of the other games are not slow burns. They are fast burns. And I think we should take one more look at the bird's eye view before deciding where we jump to next. Here we go.
Yeah. I know we've just come off this game, but I do still feel that there's so much play and that things are happening at a dangerous speed. I mean, it would be great to revisit the Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, because the queen is on d5. I mean, black's pieces are just swarming forward. And of course, that knight on f6 hasn't moved. I mean, it's still up for grabs.
Fabiano Caruana's blundered. Fabiano Caruana has made a huge mistake. And in the position after bishop c6, he took his, that he recognized that the position was critical, but he just wasn't able to navigate his way out of the chaos. His decision was to bring the bishop back to c2. And this move is a big error because he relinquishes the pressure on f7. He thinks that this move is finally going to force the knight out of f6, but no. This move is not what he missed. Queen d5 threatens mate. Fabiano says no problem. What he missed is the brilliant next move, which Carlson issued after only a couple of minutes of thought. Rook b8 to b4. And you might look at this and say, well, that's a blunder, because finally I can take this darn knight on f6, and yet you still cannot, as far as I understand. And the reason why is rook takes d4. Still looks like no problem. Everything's protected. But after rook takes d2, queen takes d2, the rook swings forward to d2, skewering the g2 pawn. Doesn't matter where the queen goes. Black will take g2 with a completely one-sided, devastating attack. And look at this line, queen f3. You can win the game with queen d4 check, but even prettier is to still take on g2, removing the defender, and white gets checkmated in just a couple of moves. This is unbelievable. And Yovi, if white doesn't take on f6, can you play bishop f2? No, you cannot, because you get checkmated. Fabiano simply has no way to defend the d4 pawn. I would go so far as to say that he is completely lost.
Oh, wow. That is unbelievable. Okay, so Fabi is already in desperate trouble. Okay, I mean, can Fabi just take a deep breath and look at a way to defend his position? Is there any move that will cause Magnus some trouble? So the first move that I'm thinking about, it doesn't work because the d4 pawn is going to be captured with check. I was thinking about the queen moving over, the rook coming to d2. So say the rook comes to d2. Let's try that one. How is that going to pan out? Oh,
I still
my
take.
God.
This is
That checkmate on G2. Okay.
This is wild.
Rewind.
Can't do that.
Let's try again.
Attempt number 2. Attempt number 2.
I was thinking Queen E1. That was one thing I had in mind. But then there's Queen takes D4, right? And there's check. And you have to go Bishop F2, King H2, and...
I mean, I would even take, sorry to cut you off here, I would take with a rook here. I think that's even simpler.
And I'm still tortured by that whole thing on the second rank. I mean, I just can't escape it. It's not Fabi's day. King H2, yeah, but
This is resignable. I mean, even better, but knight to H5.
Yeah, that looks...
Oh.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. No. Back. Okay, and Fabi. Oh, did you catch that glare? He was angry with himself because how many moves are we into the game? Let's have a...
This is White's 24th move.
Oh, you do not want to lose with the white pieces in under 26 moves. 30 moves, it's not good.
He might resign here.
Anything. No, you can't resign. You don't resign this type of position. You got to fight it all the way. Okay. King H2. Let's follow the golden rule of overprotection. Okay, and then the Queen... I don't know. Queen B1. I don't know.
Well, preparing Bishop B3, I think this is a sensible defensive approach. But the issue, and Carlson has so much time to figure out the killer blow. I'm playing off of instinct. Rook D2 looks totally devastating because the threat is actually Queen takes G2 check. If you go here, bang! And there's a windmill at the end of the line. Look at this. Takes. Snap the bishop. Back to G2. Take the bishop. Back to G2. This is just a massacre.
Yeah, this is that's not good. Okay, but it's happening though. That's the thing. Rook takes D4 is happening, like it or not. So you just have to deal with it in any way you can. And Queen C1, isn't it the same kind of thing? I liked your rook knight H. What about your knight H4 move? The H5, sorry.
I think this is one of the situations in which everything works. I mean, I like knight D7 here because you're going to win a second pawn in the center. But knight H5 looks phenomenal as well. If you move the bishop away, you either get mated or you lose the pawn on E5. And the most soul-crushing thing about this position is not just that black has the devastating attack, it's that black will also emerge at least 2 pawns up. So white's getting mated and he's 2 pawns up. And Fabiano is now down to 30 minutes. I mean, the words "this is over" are very dangerous, and you don't speak them until it's actually over. The thing is, when Magnus Carlsen is handling the black pieces, Yovi, in a position like this, he just doesn't let opportunities like this pass him by. I am in total disbelief at how quickly this situation has deteriorated fatally for Mr. Caruana.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, actually, that it's deteriorated so quickly because open positions are notorious for being incredibly tricky. You make one bad move and that blunder will cost you the game. In a closed position, okay, you can make maybe 3 inaccuracies and you haven't lost the game. You haven't, maybe you've neutralized, maybe you've gone from a small advantage to an equal position and that's it. But this type of position is wild. Every mistake will count. King.
No moves?
I'm stuck.
There's no moves. There are no moves. I mean, it's totally lost. Rook takes D4 pre-move. And literally pre-move. Rook D2. Doesn't matter how white tries to defend the pawn. Queen D3 does not do anything. It doesn't threaten mate. And Yovi, we talked about this extensively, the tendency of the chess world, especially with respect to Magnus Carlsen, to jump to conclusions way too quickly, even within the same tournament. He's washed up. This is an indicator that his career is going downhill. Folks, it's one tournament, and it's not even one tournament. It's half of one tournament. Haven't we already learned our lesson that for Magnus Carlsen, it doesn't matter how he's doing in the first half of the tournament. Great athletes are exactly the same way. It doesn't matter how Michael Jordan would play in the first half of a game. He could come back in the second half and score 45 points. Rafael Nadal could lose the first 2 sets and then play the greatest 3 sets of his life to come back. How many times have they done that? Magnus Carlsen is exactly the same way. And I think we are very likely to be witnessing right now the beginning of one of the most unbelievable comebacks we might see. There's 6 more rounds to go. And if Carlsen continues in this spirit, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is going to be quaking in his boots. I'm jumping the gun here, obviously. But 2 wins in a row like this to get back to +1 is already unfathomable, Yovi, given the situation we were just in.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with you. A lot of the time, whenever Magnus has a slight off day, I mean, the chess world just completely just says, what is he doing? He's washed up, he's getting old, he's going to focus on poker, I saw, but that's just ridiculous. I saw so many negative comments, and it's just really, guys, it's just a bad day at the office. Everyone has those. And Magnus, and I remember Hikaru Nakamura had a quote that I really liked, and Magnus has the same philosophy. If you get hit, you don't get knocked down, you get back up, you just simply carry on. It's just about building up that soft sense so that you don't have a glass jaw. You need to be tough, you need to be resilient, you need to have grit. And okay, 1 bad result, you can have 5 bad results or 10 bad results or 1 year of bad results. Doesn't matter. Keep plodding along, keep on going. And don't indulge yourself on all this negative thinking. Don't spiral down. That's just a waste of your time, waste of your energy. And instead, just keep on going. Keep on doing what you love to do. And Magnus, he loves chess. He wants to be 2900. He said that. So, okay, he will take whatever he can. He will do whatever it takes to get him there. And if it involves playing some bad chess on occasion, okay. That's just life.
Very well said. And I would just contribute one more point, which is that if you look at Magnus Carlsen's 2 losses, right, it wasn't really even a case, as Fabiano accepts the inevitable and plays King H2, the best move. The only way to at least prolong the fight, get the king out of the immediate danger zone, but Magnus is going to take on D4. It really wasn't a case of Magnus playing that badly against Anish Giri. Phenomenal opening preparation and almost a flawless endgame played by Anish. Then, against Abdusattorov, one of Nodirbek Abdusattorov's greatest games, if not his greatest game, from a purely objective standpoint. The guy played like an engine the entire game. Carlsen defended with incredible resilience in that game. It came down to a queen endgame that could have been a draw if Magnus had made 1 move differently. So our tendency is always to blame Magnus and say he's playing terribly. In this case, he didn't play as well as he is capable of, but it's also a case of his opponents playing some of their absolute best games. And we know what Magnus's opponents are capable of. Let's not forget that they are also the greatest players in the world for very good reason. In any case, rook takes d4 is on the board. Let's not jump the gun. It's not over just yet. Queen b1 on the board. And Yovi, we talked about this. If Magnus plays rook d2, Fabiano will resign immediately. Rook d2 will end the game.
I think you're absolutely right. Rook d2 with a killer threat of queen takes pawn, as you spotted, and this magnificent windmill in operation. It's devastating for Caruana, I have to say. I mean, he had a great opening. What can I say? I mean, it was slightly better for him. It looked like he was in his comfort zone, but then he struck in the center just that little bit too early, and Magnus was ready with this magnificent tactical shot. And now Magnus just gonna make it look easy, and what he's doing now is checking, double checking, seeing what happens after rook d2, because I'm 100% sure that he will play that move. I mean, it's just crying out to be played.
Oh, it
And
totally is.
yeah, I was just going to say, there's just no way for White to hold on, actually. I mean, I was wondering whether White could try to hold on, try to not lose material, and the answer is no, absolutely not. You have to drop a piece. You have to cover this deadly idea on g2. Oof, and it's all fallen apart for Fabi, and shaking his head there.
And if you look at the subsequent pairings for Magnus Carlsen, again, you want to avoid this temptation of falling into narrative mode. This is what's going to happen, and he's got easy opponents. But let's be real. He's got Gukesh with the white pieces after this game, after the rest day. And the way Gukesh has been playing, I mean, this is a game that Magnus is very much looking forward to playing. If he wins that one, he goes to +2. And potentially, if the cards fall in his favor, I mean, he might already be, with a win in the next round against Gukesh, half a point away from the lead. You could probably invent some mathematics, invent some hypothetical in which he's already tied for the lead. That's obviously virtually impossible. Then he's got Maksudlu, Wesley, Prague, and RD8. You know, it's crazy to talk about easier and harder pairings. Everybody here is an absolute beast, but he's got 2 whites in a row to finish off the tournament, rounds 11 and 12, EOV. So Magnus is looking at his pairings, and I can guarantee you, in his mind, he's already expecting himself to win this tournament. I know it sounds radical, but that's what he's actually telling himself. Not what he's saying in the interviews, but what his actual expectations are for himself.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's a man who's confident in his own abilities, and that confidence will set him up in good shape for the remainder of the tournament. And what I've noticed about Magnus is that he doesn't tend to think about the results overall. I mean, he just knows that he can win this. It's just that when he sits down in the chessboard, and I've said this time and time again, and I'll repeat myself once more, but I simply think that he's in his element. This is his comfort zone. This is his meditation. And so put him in front of the board. He is just going to be 100% dedicated and focused on playing chess. I mean, I saw an interview he did in Norway Chess 2021, and he said, to be fair, he said he hadn't done too much preparation before the event or even during the event. But once he was sat there at the board, he made sure he gave 100% to the game. And it was that effort that he put, where he worked so hard at the board, that made sure that he won the event. And it's just an interesting question. You know, when was the last time you kind of gave 100% to anything? Because normally you kind of give 60%, 80%, and you kind of hold yourself back. But this willingness to push yourself to the edge, that's rare, I think.
And it's what I appreciate so much about Magnus. You know, even when he plays casual blitz matches on Chess.com, which he's been doing a lot of, you can just sense that for him, this isn't just a casual way to spend an evening. This isn't just, you know, a way to chill out. He's playing full strength. He's playing real openings. He's producing masterpieces on the board. And I guess when you reach this level of excellence, you know, Magnus feels that he owes it to himself to put in, as you're saying, 100, 150%. Because when he does, he's just able to produce works of art on such a consistent basis. You know, we should take in this moment. We should really take it in fully, because you just never know when somebody of this caliber, of this level of dominance, is going to rise to prominence again. So appreciate every moment, and you know, especially appreciate the way that this tournament is going to end, because we are in for an epic finale with Nodirbek beastin' in first place. But Magnus Carlsen saying that he still has a few things left to say in this 85th edition of Tata Steel. Well, Rook D2 is going to end the game. Conceivably, Magnus could take 10 minutes to play that move. So I think this affords us a good opportunity to go back to the bird's eye view, and we will bring you the result of this game as soon as we know it. The moment Magnus makes a move, we will update you on that as well. But the other games haven't stopped to wait. Yovi, you can see Keymer there playing d65. Interesting choice. And the endgame between Abdusattorov and Aronian is sort of heating up a little bit as well, but I still think is well within the bounds of a peaceful result. Man, all of the games are interesting, really without exception.
I agree with that, and I can't quite make up my mind. You know, the game between Richard Rapport, Pragnananda catches my eye because I'm like, ooh, there's a very unpleasant, ugly-looking coordination of pieces there for Richard. And of course, I'm still absolutely fascinated between the tussle, in the tussle between Van Forest and Arjun Erigaisi, because I actually can't make up my mind. I don't know who is going to crash through. It looks like Jordan has the advantage to begin with, but of course, this could dissipate with just one inaccuracy from Van Forest. I'm going to leave it to you, Daniel.
Oh, and it looks like they might be repeating moves. Let's jump to that game because we actually might have a result within a couple of minutes here if both Erigaisi and Van Forest decide that a draw is the rightful result. So let's go to that game and see exactly why they are repeating moves. So here's what's happening. Van Forest drives his pawn down to a6, trying to fix the pawn on a7 in the event that black plays c5 prematurely. The knight will swing over to b5, and then both of these pawns are going to be in the crosshairs. Arjun plays a calm move, rook e to d8, supporting the pawn. Jordan drops back to attack d6. Arjun moves forward to defend and counterattack the c4 pawn, and Jordan moves up to d4. And of course, the point is that bishop takes c4 is not possible because black pawn on b6 isn't protecting its neighbor on c6. Bishop takes c4, white will simply take. Black can stave off the inevitable but not avoid it. Takes, and knight takes c6 with a fork against the two rooks. But even if this wasn't a fork, the endgame is out of the question for black. And so the bishop has moved back to d7. The big question now, the ball's in Jordan's court. I think Arjun is probably fine with a repetition, Yovi. Not 100% sure of that. My guess is that Jordan will go for the repetition just because black's knight is so imposing. And the idea of knight g3 check very much still in play would, again, get me to quake in my boots. I would take the repetition here with white. What do you think?
I'm also in your camp as well because, you know, this King's Indian attack is just very, very scary. I mean, as you've indicated, knight g3, you can also see a potential pawn storm brewing with g5, the knight going back, h5, and all these pawns headed your way. And it's not entirely clear where Jordan is going to be striking next. I mean, you can't just go all in on the queen side and just forget about the fact that his king is undefended. So, yeah, the tension's too much for me to bear. Repeat moves.
Yeah. Jeez. I mean, I would hazard a guess that Arjun, after knight to c2, might be the one who holds, the power to decline the repetition. Now, some of you might notice knight takes f3. That is a possibility, but I'm not too convinced by it because after takes, rook takes d6, white obviously benefits from this trade. The d file opens up, and white's pieces are actually pretty well equipped to handle the opening of the file. Maybe black can try bishop e6 here, but that means giving up another pawn on c6. Things get very, very chaotic here. But here, bishop e1. We have a result, by the way. This is not the result. The result is Abdusattorov's game. Let's jump straight to that game and see the players setting up the pieces. Yovi, as expected, that game never really got off the ground.
No, it didn't get off the ground. And once again, we see a draw offer. And we found out the rules yesterday that although not illegal, draw offers were heavily frowned upon, shall we say? And and I can understand. I can understand why they took a draw because the position really, there's not much life in it. The position is relatively close. Things will get traded off, but still, I feel it's a risky decision for Aronian because this is his second draw in a row where he's agreed a draw by draw offer. So, well, Levon, your risk of entry for 2024 is at stake.
Tisk, tisk. But of course, in all seriousness, this is a dead draw. Even though Black's structure might look menacing, there's no universe in which Black will ever be able to take on e4 because the rook on f8 is hanging. And if it moves, then you blunder the pawn on f5. So essentially, both players here are reduced to just like shuffling king e2, rook f2, back to f3, and Black essentially doing the same thing with rook h8 and rook h7. So the draw for here, I would say, is even more justified than the offer in the Giri game. So I don't think the organizers are going to hold this against the players. This was still a combative game. It was an interesting early middle game that just happened to liquidate and fizzle out. So our first result of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the tournament leader Nodirbek Abdusattorov draws against Aronian, moving to 6 out of 8. Still a monster score.
Yeah, is a huge score. And he will be happy going into the rest day. He will use that time just simply to relax and get ready for the last part of the tournament. And well, we have a lot of other interesting battles. Whilst we are waiting to see whether Magnus is actually going to play the killer move, Rook D2. One game that catches my eye is the game between Gukesh and Magsudlu, primarily because Magsudlu is breaking the rules and pushing pawns in front of his king like there's no tomorrow. What is this G7, G5 move, which immediately makes me jump up in my seat and go, huh? Can you make moves like that?
Arjun Magsudlu has been walking on hot coals ever since his game against Fabiano yesterday. The guy has nerves of steel. So they had, the position structurally hasn't changed all that much in the last 10 moves. It's just that some pieces have been traded. The light squared bishop for Black took the knight on f3. Nothing crazy happened until move 21. And in this position, Arjun drives his pawn up to g5, taking a page out of Vincent Keymer's book, moving pawns on the same side where he's castled. Now, I think there's two justifications for this. The first is that, quite a few pieces are off the board, and White doesn't have the firepower to launch any kind of immediate attack against Black's king. The second justification is that the bishop on f3 is actually very, very vulnerable. And given only 2 moves, Black will drive the pawn up to g4, and that can become very alarming very quickly. Let me just, let's say a3, h5, then Black plays g4 and g3, and the pawn on e3 actually ends up very, very tender because it's only protected by the f2 pawn. So psychologically, Yovi, I think Arjun knows that Gukesh is off, and he's trying to get him to get into here we go again mode. Like, here we go again. My opponent's attacking me, and I don't know what to do. But I love the way that Gukesh has responded. He says, no. I'm going to attack 2 because 2 can play at that game. And he moves his own pawn up on the knight's file.
Yeah, I have to say, is that pawn is coming to attack the knight. Once that knight has to move, then take a look at whose pawn is going to be supremely weak. It is the pawn on d5. And I really don't like this g5 move. I understand its aggressive intentions. I understand that Arjun wanted to also dominate the knight on d3, but it's asking too much from the position. I was kind of expecting more standard moves like knight coming into e4 and, getting some activity that way. But b5 now in the air, so I guess you'd have to stop it. a6.
Yeah.
And if you
and
can't
White
stop
will probably
it...
play a4.
Yeah, White insists on this. Why? Why can you just not let Black have an easy ride of it? It's difficult to suggest something because you have to actually now start thinking about mobilizing your pieces and overprotecting d5. And in the meantime, take a look at the queen on e7. I mean, she's tied down. She's tied down to the defense of her loose piece on f6.
Yeah, I think Arjun just underestimated the power of driving this pawn up to b5, opening the c file, trading the heavy pieces diminishes the effect of h5, g4. So no question that Gukesh is clearly better. This is a big opportunity for him. Now, folks, we don't want to miss the ending of the Magnus Carlsen game. Carlson didn't play rook d2. He played a perfectly suitable alternative in knight e4. He is completely winning, and we will go on a short break. break. When we return, we'll have more action for you and possibly another win for the world champion here in round 8 of Tata Steel. We'll be back very shortly. The world champion is on the cusp of a second consecutive victory here in round 8 of the 2023 Tata Steel chess tournament. Magnus Carlsen with a sparkling, dominating game against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces as he tries to move to +1. He was -1 just 2 rounds ago. But, Yovi, we have some surprising news. Even though Carlsen is still winning, spoiler alert, not only did he not find rook d2, but definitely not choosing the most efficient path to victory. Several moves. Should have won the game in just a couple of moves. He's chosen to transition the game into a grinded out endgame.
Yeah, He hasn't chosen the most accurate way, but the good news for Magnus fans is that it's still very much enough to win the position. I mean, there really is nothing that Fabiano can do. Take a look at the power of Magnus's double bishop pair. Take a look at his rook standing there on an open B line. And that rook, you just know it is headed to the second rank once it kicks away the white knight. And take a look at this weak white pawn on E5. It's just ripe there for the taking eventually. It really is not good news for Fabi. So what Magnus has done, okay, it's going to win the game, but not within the next few moves. That much is clear.
Can I take devil's advocate here? I think it's very likely to win the game as Caruana shifts his rook to C1. By the way, the computer defense here was to play E6 and open up the C7 score. I think there's a 95% chance he's going to win the game. I really can't get over the fact that Magnus didn't play rook D2. And yes, I'm the Monday morning quarterback, the classic commentator who sits in his armchair and criticizes the world champion who's playing in Tata Steel. But I just feel like Magnus, at this stage in the tournament, is still handling most of these positions with an abundance of caution. I think if Magnus was on +2 or +3, we would have seen rook D2 in the span of a couple of minutes. But instead, he forces a transition into an endgame with knight E4. Knight H5 was also pretty much crushing. And after knight E4, this does give Fabi a chance to trade everything on E4. And oh joy, an endgame where black has the bishop pair and an extra pawn, and you're facing the world champion. You made a great point, though, during the break. Yes, that was a little sloppy for Magnus, but from Fabi's perspective, in a certain sense, he actually probably wanted to see rook D2. Can you expand on that point?
I was joking to you, Daniel, and I was saying that Magnus has done the thing that every player hates. You're in this situation, you've made a mess of the position, you see a way that you can be put out of misery, but your opponent doesn't do that. Your opponent plays something inaccurate, he prolongs the game, and still you know that you're going to totally lose, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the game continues, and your opponent keeps making those inaccuracies, and still the evaluation of the position doesn't change. I mean, this is one of every player's worst nightmares, and it's happening to Fabi right now.
It is, but you don't want to play with your food when you're facing people like Fabiano Caruana, because the moment you start giving him a little bit of hope, he changes his body language, he changes his mentality, and Magnus Carlsen hasn't won the game yet. He needs to demonstrate a good amount of precision in this endgame in order to actually finish the game off, and I think the way to do that is to play rook b8 to b5, and the world champion, it didn't take him long. The rook swings up to the best square on the board, Yobi. Black threatens rook to c5, which will create a deadly pin against the knight. And obviously, if the knight moves away, then the pawn on a5 is going to drop. But Fabi, e6, he didn't play it on the previous move. He does play it now. And he's not going to go gentle into that good knight. That's for sure.
No, he's not going to go gentle, but still, I mean, let's be realistic. I don't think that there is any way that he can come back from this. I don't think that there's any way this knight and bishop can hold off the bishop pair. And I'm expecting Magnus simply to capture that pawn and then mobilize the only piece that hasn't been playing for a while, and that's the bishop on f8.
I think rook c5 might win the game outright because white has to drop back to f4, right? So that the rook is protected. Can I just go here? Here, trade rooks, and I think the game ends after bishop to b4, winning a second pawn. And once black goes up 2 pawns, I don't think Fabi will continue the resistance. So that's one option.
There you go. Pawn takes pawn on the board.
Yeah. Okay, let's rewind back to the live position.
Yeah, I agree with you, Daniel. I think that line that you showed, very forcing, very convincing. And the fact that Fabiano is hesitating now to capture that pawn says to me that he is actually considering just resigning the game. And there you can see he takes a sigh. He's not happy. And a slight frown.
You were right. And just somehow thought maybe you would be able to resist, but this is too lost. It's too depressing.
Yeah. That was the problem, bishop takes pawn on the board. And this is the problem with chess. There are some mistakes that you make. You just can't claw your way back to safety. And chess is brutal like that. I mean, I've played many games where my opponent has played terrible moves, but even though they've been terrible, they still haven't been enough for me to win. So it's just the way it goes. And sometimes, I've also played a brilliant game, and then I've made one huge cataclysmic error, and that is it. All my hard work has just been put to waste, and that's the end of that. And I'm expecting the bishop to retreat to f4. We're going to go right down your line because the bishop must protect the rook on c1, as you've indicated.
Yeah, we're in resigned territory here after the pawn on a5 disappears from the board. You're right, and that's why when you're looking at a game, you have to take moves and mistakes with a grain of salt from an evaluation standpoint. The decision to go into this endgame for Magnus, the computer would assign that move 2 question marks because rook d2 was something like +8 and, knight e4 was, let's say, +3. But I mean, the thing is, +3 for Magnus Carlsen when he has 47 minutes on his clock is just more than sufficient to win the game smoothly. And maybe e6 on the previous move, one move before he played it, would have afforded Fabiano Caruana some, chances to pull off a miracle, but you can just see it on his face. He's devastated, and this is such a crushing defeat for Fabiano Caruana, who's been having a great tournament, who's in second place, and was really looking forward to a nice, solid game against the world champion. Wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, this is the ultimate nightmare. You want to maximize all the chances that you get when you're playing with the white pieces. The last thing you want is to fall foul of something like this. Just and okay, the bishop comes to f4. Our chess prophet strikes again.
Well, low-hanging fruit, but thank you.
And then knight has to move, and we are gonna see that trade.
There's one trap. I can't even figure out a single way that Black can mess this up. Like, even if he tries, I was looking at some lines. There's just nothing. Maybe it's worth for Fabi to not go knight b6 and instead to go, knight e3 blunders the rook. Oh my god, knight b2. No, get that out of here. This is over.
Yeah. Knight b2 is not good. You kind of want the knight
Sandy Doggo
somewhere. The only thing that I can see is you put your knight on e5 because it's in the center. Woohoo!
Yay!
But that's about it.
I can still take. Go bishop b4.
Yeah, I know. There's no effective point, and we have the handshake. Fabiano Caruana has resigned, and Magnus Carlsen takes a very convincing point.
Prophetic words there from the chatter. Sandy Doggo. Fabi going to call it a day and get some pizza is what he said. And then Fabi immediately resigns. He will make it to Tarantella. He needs to take his mind off of this game because this was a disaster. And what a game for Magnus. Setting aside knight e4, which was only a slight blot on the perfect painting, Yovi, this was a tour de force. This is why Magnus dominates the chess world and has done so for well over a decade now.
Yeah. He made it look easy and effortless. And you have to remember that Magnus was the one who was surprised in the opening, and he was the one who had to react instinctively. He had to freestyle, and he just found the perfect antidote to Fabiano's play.
He did indeed. And man, what a tough pill to swallow for Fabiano Caruana, who is going to lose his grip on second place and will move from +2 to +1. He will have some coming back to do. Carlson, meanwhile, after the rest day, has Gukesh with the white pieces, and now a huge chance for the world champion to make a furious run at first place with plenty of chess still to be played. You can see him there. He is now on +1, a score that we are more used to, a score that still does not represent a successful result. But man, does the landscape of the tournament look completely different from what it did just 2 rounds ago. Nodirbek Abdusattorov draws and currently holds a 1.5-point lead, but most likely Wesley, Anish, and Prague will not all lose their games.
That would be very surprising, to say the least, if we see such action. And I guess it's the perfect time to check out the bird's eye view and see how the other games are going.
They're ambling along. If I had to predict, I think the next result we will see might be the Wesley Ding game, which is furiously moving toward a very peaceful conclusion. I will point out that Arjun-Van Forest declined. One of them declined the repetition. I'm not sure exactly who it is, but doesn't matter. The game continues. The bishop from d7 has moved back to e8 in order to reinforce the d6 pawn. I still like Arjun Erigaisi's chances here to pull off his first victory. The position is just punishingly complex and nuanced. Yovi, I'll give you the choice between the Wesley game. We can examine it and just make sure that there are no hidden details there, that it is in fact as drawish as it appears. But the other games are just as interesting. So I'll give you the final say.
Yeah, I agree. We haven't visited them in a while, so let's go and check up on Wesley against Ding. After all, it started with our very favorite Caro-Kann.
It did indeed. And currently we have an endgame. And that endgame was reached after a rather unremarkable series of moves. The pieces sort of slowly got traded off the board. But I think Ding's decision to play a5 and induce b5 was a very prescient one, because now he does have the c5 square, which he can access on demand. Insofar as one side is pushing and squeezing, I think there's no question in my mind that that side is Wesley. This is a 2-result game. Black's pawns in the center are very tender. The h-pawn is isolated, and Ding at all costs has to remain active in order to counterbalance that and keep the position relatively balanced.
Yeah, I agree. There's a nice standoff going on between the two bishops. Neither of them want to take each other, because if Black were to capture the bishop on c4, well, one problem has been solved, but another problem has arisen, and the knight stands very well on c4, looking at the weak b6 pawn. So you don't really want that. And yep, and Danya showing exactly what Black is trying to avoid.
Ooh,
and
there is.
There is rook b8. Yeah. Yeah, that looks nice. Very good for white. You don't want to be headed into this. But neither does white necessarily want to capture the bishop, because if you capture the bishop, it will be Black. Yeah. So it will be Black who controls the very important c4 square. And suddenly this d5 pawn, yes, it's isolated, but it feels like it could be more of an asset, especially backed up by a knight on c5. So that would be very, very tense. And it's an interesting question. How are both sides going to improve? Because that's what they both need to do. So the king, I would put the king on f7, just like you've indicated. How is white going to harmonize their pieces?
Well, thinking outside the box, there is the move knight to e4. But the issue there is that although white might very well achieve the trade that he is looking forward to, after knight d6, king e7, you don't want to take the rook, obviously. What kind of fun is hanging? The problem is that Black's king is now in an optimal spot. It's covering d6. And after rook c8, Black essentially takes over the initiative. So that's not really in question. Another possibility is to play the direct tactical move f5. And this, I think, is far more likely in the event that Ding plays king f7. Here, you have yielded control of the e5 square. But after f takes c6, you have further damaged Black's pawn structure. And to make matters worse, if you take with the bishop, you blunder the knight on e5. The king on f7, that's the one downside of its placement. The f6 pawn is pinned. So you would have to take here with the monarch. But here I like the look of a move like bishop to d3, go after the h7 pawn, bishop f5 check. And while Black's minor pieces are very active, Black's got structural weaknesses, and the king on e6 could sort of get caught in the crossfire a little bit. King to g7, I think for that reason, was Ding's choice. Back to the live board.
I agree. King G7 looks a lot safer in light of the lines that you highlighted. Okay, now the ball is back in White's court. How to improve the forces? Not so easy.
Well, maybe Rook
E3 was something that came to my mind. Rook C1. Rook C1 I was never very sure about because I feel that Black is simply going to play copycat. Say, you know, yay, you want to take control? Well, I will challenge you and put my rook on C8.
Good idea. Rook E3, I think, for that reason, is a good compromise. Maybe the other rook can come to C1, or you double on the E file. I mean, this pawn is Black's real only target, and I think it makes logical sense for White to pursue a direct attack on that target with his rooks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's not quite as easy, this position, as the eyes make out. The eyes are kind of saying draw. And still a lot of danger, a lot of tension, a lot of scope to go wrong. So interesting battle ahead. Equally exciting.
A lot of chess to be played in this endgame. I could see this fizzling out in a couple of moves, but I think at the very least Wesley is going to try. A third win in a row would be huge. It would put Wesley squarely in second place, only half a point behind Nodirbek. So I think he's going to try. Okay, so I think we have a pretty good sense of how this endgame is likely to unfold. Let's take a gander once again at the bird's eye view and see if any other games are worth looking at more deeply. We have Gukesh, Magsudlu with White pursuing that furious queenside pawn storm A5 and B5, and Magsudlu has made zero progress on the other side of the board ever since playing that brazen G7, G5. I think you called it, Yobi. I think that move has backfired spectacularly, and Gukesh might have the best winning chances in a game that he has had all tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Such a move such as G5, I mean, you're playing with fire. Sometimes you get burnt. The game that strikes my eye is the game between Richard Rapport and Pragnanda, because when I was a kid, my favorite thing in the world back in the day was opposite side castling. When I first learned about this powerful weapon, I did it in nearly every single game. I was so pleased with myself. I had chess down to a formula. So what I would do is I would provoke a weakness. I would encourage my opponent to play H6. Because I was a kid, I would often play H3 and they would repeat by playing H6. And as soon as they did that, I was like, right, you think my king is going to copy? No, it's going to go to the other side. And then I would brainstorm.
You would wait for your opponent to show their cards, and then you would necessarily go the other way. It reminds me of a story that I'm a little bit embarrassed about. I'll share it quickly, and then we'll promise we'll get to the game, because if you look at the time situation, both players well under 30 minutes now. It's only move 19, so we're going to get a lot of moves here really, really fast. I was giving a simul on the subject of castling to an old folks home many years ago. I was 11 or 12. Now, Russian players have sometimes a habit when they castle, especially older amateurs, of moving the rook to F8 first and then the king to G8. Even Anatoly Karpov famously did that against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I'm playing this older guy. He's being very nice, and he castles by moving the rook to F8. Now, I was a little kid. I didn't really understand that you got to let that kind of thing slide. So I insisted that he has to move his rook, which according to the rules is true. If you cannot move the rook first, or else you're going to have to release it on F8. That is a legal move. And I made him release the rook. He was unhappy, and my parents just yelled at me afterwards, like, you can't do that. You're giving a simul. You got to be nicer than that. And I was so embarrassed afterward. But that story has always stuck with me. Sometimes you just got to let people slide a little bit. But don't move the rook first. You've got to move the king to G8 first, because that is an illegal move without completing the castle.
I can remember Hikaru Nakamura got burnt by that rule. I remember he just picked up the rook. And he said that the rules in America are different, that you can actually pick up the rook. And everyone said, no. But the FIDE says, these are the rules. You got to pick up your king. But I'm kind of with you when it comes to enforcing the rules. You know, especially if you're a child. You know, I used to live for those moments. I didn't care he was in front of me. When I was a kid, if you picked up the rook, you were going to move that rook, and I was going to call and enforce that many, many times. So, yeah, a little bit on your side there.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate it. I mean, it would have been easy to pile, salt into the wound. But, when you're a kid, the rules are the important thing. As you said, I don't think of it as I'm not being nice. He violated the rules. He has to pay the price. Now, Ragnananda seems to be paying a pretty steep price here for playing that knight f4 move, because the pawn has disappeared from f4, and Richard Report, in the greatest style of young Jovanka Huska, has gone queenside.
Oh, and
result.
Another result, and there's a draw between Anish Giri and Vincent Keymer. So, shall we take a quick look to see how that one finished?
Finished in a rather steep anticlimactic fashion, with just liquidation, and Giri deciding that Keymer has sufficient compensation for the pawn. Here's what happened. After d4, Vincent drove the pawn up to g4. Giri dropped the knight back to e1. You had d5. King moves toward the center, and after c5, bishop d3, bishop d7, attacking that pawn on a4. And after d takes c5, Giri decided that a draw offer was in order, and I think it's another justified draw offer, because after bishop takes c5, you have a detail he might have overlooked from a distance, is that black has this devastating threat of g4, g3. That forces white to spend a tempo moving the king away, and then black can snap off the remaining pawn on a4. Looks like liquidation. Looks like black's very powerful bishops give him enough activity for a draw.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the results are coming in quite quickly. And okay, that was a fizzler, but nevertheless an exciting game. And can we go back to the bird's eye view and perhaps revisit the Richard Report?
Let's try again.
Ragnananda game,
shall we?
Yes.
Maybe we'll get another result.
Yeah, I think we are going to get a result in this particular game, because take a look at what Pragnananda's done. He's gone and said, yes, I might have lost the f4 pawn, but I'm going to grab the h5 pawn, thereby opening up the h line as an avenue to attack the black king. So Pragnananda, he brave.
Jeez. Opening up the h file, he says, I don't care. I got all the defensive forces I need on the king side. Queen could come out to f6 at the right moment in order to give a little bit more support to the king. How is Report going to handle this? He's got to decide fast. I think he's going to take the knight. We could pull up an analysis board, take the knight. And the tempting move here, Yovi, of course, is rook to h1. But it's not like you put a rook on h1 and black's king side or king just turns into dust. After bishop g6, it's not so easy for Richard Report to actually exploit that semi-open h-file. Maybe you go g4, but I think here the queen does come out to f6. White has created a big hole on f4, and most importantly, the f2 pawn is also going to hang if the knight moves away. Maybe knight h4? No, bishop takes f2, forks the knight and the rook. This is no good. Rook f1, queen g5 check, intermezzo. So maybe it was worth going king b1 at some point. How do you think Report is going to handle this?
Well, I think he has to take inspiration from a pawn storm. And I think if you're going to rewind back, the first move that I would play is actually not to attack the bishop once the bishop is on h5. Instead, I would just leave my rook on f1, take it easy, and I'm actually want to get rid of the knight sitting on f3, relocate it. Now, because the king is standing on an open diagonal, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. So that's why I want to put my knight to d2. Now, it looks a bit odd, but the idea is just to go f4, f5. Luck your bishop out.
Yeah, goodbye bishop. Maybe black could counterstrike with d5, but maybe then white could take on d5. It gets really complicated.
That's also true. I'm also considering that maybe I don't even need to put my knight on d2. Maybe I could put it to h2, which also looks pretty But still, knight on the edge. I have not learnt my lesson. They fall off the hedge.
Oh, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one. Knights on the edge fall off the hedge. Whoa.
All right.
That's going to enter my repertoire. Thank you.
Okay.
Beautiful.
You're welcome.
Another one stolen from your movie references.
Yeah, that was from Bruce Almighty. Very good film.
And of course, my whoop is also, I have to admit, not an invention. Those who assiduously watch American sports will recognize that in the repertoire of Chris Berman, who's one of my favorite sportscasters. He does a lot of recaps, and he, I think, is the originator of the whoop sound. And that's basically all I do, just adapt sports phrases to chess, steal, shamelessly plagiarize from other commentators. But just to close off the discussion in this very complicated position, Yovi, I think it's likely that he takes on h5. And I like your ideas, moving the knight away. He might also play it slow and just go king c1 to b1. You're never afraid of black taking on f3 because you would more than happily pay the price for your pawn structure because you get that incredibly juicy g file. I think this is going to be all about the king side. Can white get the engine started on that side of the board? 17 minutes left on the clock. We're going to get a big time scramble here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Lots of moves to be played, and the position is getting complicated, and that means only one thing. The players are forced to burn time on the clock. So that means we are going to see a lot of action happening soon. And okay, so can we take a look at the bird's eye view? And Richard actually playing queen d2 in that position.
Okay. I think that's a very reasonable, logical move. He wants to trade on his own terms, and he wants to send the queen into the attack. Actually, there's a very cool detail. If knight takes f4, I think there's bishop takes f7 check intermezzo, and then you pick up the knight, forking the bishop. Richard is just devilishly tricky, and so Prague might be best advised to bring his own queen into the game with queen f6. What else? What else is going on here? Well, f5 by Wesley.
Yeah. Can we revisit the game between Van Forest and Eragaisi? Because that one was your typical slugfest. I mean, both sides just coming at each other on different sides of the board. I still don't know who stands better. I don't know who's going to crash through. And have they kind of reached some kind of impasse?
Well, I'll tell you what, it may appear that they have, but the pressure on c4 has mounted and reached an apex. I am shocked that Arjun-Van Forest was the one who declined the repetition. And if we rewind back to move 23 really quickly, we might remember that he was playing knight c2 and then knight d4. And all of a sudden, after thinking for a long time, he decided on the move rook to d2. And with black's center being as stable as it is, this just seems to me to be a rather, extreme risk. And Eragaisi just started outplaying him. He tucked his king away. And look at what Jordan is doing. He just moved his rook back to d1. I don't understand. Maybe he was afraid of something after knight c2. And then he just shuffles his pieces. Bishop f1, knight e2. Eragaisi sort of gets his queen to f7 and then builds a little battery onto the c4 pawn. Yovi, this is getting very unpleasant for Mr. Van Forest. At least I think.
Yeah. It's, to me, it's looking very difficult to defend the c4 pawn. So therefore you have to do some counterattacking things. And the only counterattack that I can see is b5. But this is a pawn break that both sides are kind of like, well, Jordan has shied away from making such a committal move. And as you highlighted, c5 can be played.
Okay, maybe a z move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so. Take it.
Sacrificing. Greedy.
Okay, a knight jumps into d5. And aren't we proud about that?
Oh, very much so. Are you going to take that nasty little knight over there?
No. You live with it. You just suffer the effects of it. And you just say, okay, you have a beautiful knight, but I'm going to play around it. And you put your queen, I agree, on e8.
You
and
have a
then
what kind of knight?
The bishop is an octo knight.
Oh, beautiful. I thought it was a perfect opportunity for BEA beautiful. Sorry,
BEA
please continue.
beautiful.
I'm nerding out over
Oh.
this reference. Okay, please proceed.
I'm not that quick. So yeah, I was thinking, and then after that, you just put your bishop on e5, and I'm so obsessed with these kind of things. But you clear the path, or you put your rooks on the G line. Either you're going to go knight g3, or you're going to do my favorite thing: g4, g5, h5, g4, g3. Just crack open a line with those pawns.
And you might think, well, Black doesn't have enough time for that. The thing is, look at the queen side. It's so watertight. Even with the knight sitting on d5, the knight alone is not going to cause Black that many problems. In the meantime, we are back to good form. We go back to the live board. Jordan has indeed struck out at the queen side with b5.
Yes. But I do feel that position is rather critical. And, Jordan now is going to have to find some resourceful ideas in order to stay alive there. And in the meantime, can we revisit the game between Gukesh? Well, first of all, let's check out the bird's eye view. And the game that I had my eye on was between Gukesh and Magsudlu.
Okay. Yeah, I have my eye on that as well. Ding Liren, top left, is pondering the situation after f5. So the other games have stabilized just a little bit. We have 4 games in progress. 2 games have ended in peace, and the world champion smashing Fabiano Caruana, just running him out of the gym, literally, because they are playing, I think, in a repurposed gym. There's knight c6 by Jordan. Let's travel to Gukesh's game as the Indian talent tries to score his first win of the tournament. He is very, very close. How bad is it for Parham?
Yeah. And the first question is, what's stopping White from going ahead and grabbing that pawn on b7? It's the first move that I would consider as a certified pawn grabber.
Okay. I'll take on a5. I'm a certified pawn grabber myself. Pawn grabber. I don't like prawns. Do you take on c8?
Yeah, let's try it.
An analysis board here because we have some endgame exploring to do. How do we evaluate this endgame?
Not so easy. The white knight is not well placed.
It would be so nice if I could go knight f4. It's like some genius thought to play g5 earlier. Knight b4 similarly impossible. I would say the indicator here, really litmus test is whether White can launch an all-out assault against the d5 pawn. If not, Black can get the knight into c4. Later on, the knight could jump into e4. I don't think this is all that convincing, though, Yovi. I think this is a 2-result game, no question about it. But how exactly is White going to make concrete progress here?
It's not easy. I mean, when it comes to fighting against the queen, the rooks will have to combine together as well as the knight. And I was thinking knight c5 could be an idea to try to make use of this piece.
Okay.
There is also, maybe I should take a lesson from the grandmasters again. I'm not learning. The knight needs to go somewhere. I keep putting my knights and my pieces on unstable square. And in order to become a super grandmaster, I must learn the art of overprotection. So perhaps the knight needs to go somewhere else. I have an idea. The knight needs to go to e1.
Okay. This is right off of the Magnus Carlsen School of Chess. In fact, I think he did play knight e1 in a similar situation against Nodirbek. Obviously, he lost in the end. I actually really like this move. Okay, I will follow through with my plan, h5.
Okay, and so the first thing is that I do have this tactic, which is bishop...
bang, bang, bang.
But you counterattack my rook.
Oh, queen a6.
Okay, so I can go knight c2.
Can I show a hilarious line I was looking at?
Yeah, go for it.
And I like knight c2. I was just contemplating this move. And obviously, White's not going to go for this. But I was attempting to evaluate this position. And at first I thought, oh, I can draw the game. Takes. And I thought, no, there's a fork on c3 and black wins. But then I realized that White can play rook takes g5 check. And then somehow, after knight f3, White keeps everything under wraps and everything protected. So obviously, this is a totally moot point. Bishop takes d5 is impossible, but perhaps White could save the game in that case. Your move, though, knight c2. Oh, that juicy f5 square. I'll go g4 and counterattack.
Yeah, this is the thing. I'm thinking that I'm rushing things too much. So now can I rewind one move and play, and now I play a safety first move. Yeah,
maybe g3.
This is it. Rook to d4.
It's still unstable. I can come back to c6, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe
okay,
g3.
So this is very unclear. Yeah, but then the queen d7, so still.
Ooh. Cruel.
But the game never finishes though, because
it's like every time we think there's clarity, there's some counter-attacking move. But the upshot of this, I mean, we've gone pretty far, which I think is justified because this is an incredibly important line. This is what Gukesh has to evaluate, and you can just sense the wheels turning in his brain. This is what he's thinking about. I would not be convinced by this position with White. And when you're having a bad tournament, I think one of the things that goes first is your evaluating ability. You lose confidence in your ability to accurately evaluate positions. You lose confidence in your ability to evaluate transformations. And so I think subconsciously, you tend to try to keep the structure, the pawn structure, and the piece balance and avoid piece imbalances because of the risk of misevaluating it. Let's see if Gukesh shows nerves of steel and takes on b7. That really might be his only path to fighting for a serious advantage, even though I'm not convinced that he's got that advantage.
Yeah, I have to say
minutes.
the one thing that also concerns me is how much time he's using. I mean, it's been just a pattern throughout this tournament that Gukesh has been using and burning all the time in the world. And then when it comes to those critical moments, he's in time trouble and he can't navigate the complications and he makes mistakes. And it was something that Wesley So highlighted yesterday. He said he basically won the game because Gukesh hadn't left himself enough time to get to move 40. And maybe we can see the bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's go back to the bird's eye view. Gukesh is obviously evaluating queen takes b7 and has been now for right around 6 or 7 minutes. There's a sunk cost effect too, where you spend so much time evaluating the principled move to then play a calm move like rook c1 a1. It's just so dejecting, disappointing. Then, why did I take those 7 minutes if I could have played that move immediately? We will keep tabs on what Gukesh decides.
And okay, can we just have a look? Because I just saw something in the bird's eye view that I was like, oh, hello. It was in the game between Jordan against Arjun, because Norden, he's just played knight takes a7. He's just sacrificed a piece.
Oh, my lands. What
is this just a stroke
happened?
Of genius? I don't know.
I'm surprised that, first of all, Erigaisi did not accept the pawn sacrifice. He just went rook to d7. Perhaps he thought that giving up the b5 square was not worth the trouble. And in this position, bang! Knight takes pawn and rook takes pawn. Jordan crashes through on the d file. The b pawn is hanging. From a practical perspective, I think this is a fascinating idea. Even if it's, and even objectively, I think it might be sound.
It looks like it's sound because that pawn on a6 is worth many a minor piece. Okay, so the only thing that black can do is he just has to grimly defend his pawns. So just play rook b8.
Well, Report would give up a second piece and play rook b6 here, but I think that's a little bit premature. Perhaps knight to a4 deserves consideration. But then no. Then knight takes c4. Let me amend that. Knight d5.
Knight, and then you have to go bishop takes knight.
Seems like it. I'll take with the e-pawn. Come on, Evalbar. Oh, there we go.
But and your rook is pretty safe because it has the e6 square to hide to. And if you take a look at black's extra piece, it's a knight on h5. Woo-hoo-hoo! Ain't that doing a fine job there?
Hallelujah.
No, I'm being sarcastic. Yes. Oh, but then Erigaisi is in serious trouble.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a position like this, okay, it's move 35, but 20 minutes is nothing for 5 moves this complex. Rook a7 to e7 in this position might be the best way to keep things stable. But already in this position, this incredible sacrifice seems to work. Because after, oh my God, look at this position. This is crazy. Black can defend both pieces at the same time. But, oh my gosh, I think, actually, wait a second. So in this position, yeah, the engine, which I just double checked, is in fact indicating rook b6 and bishop c5. Queen d8, bishop b7, queen e7, and c5. Look at this. 2 minor pieces down. Oh my God, and here there's crazy ideas like queen g5 and knight g3. So this might not work out concretely, but these are the kinds of ridiculous, deadly ideas that Arjun has his hands tied up with all of a sudden.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's terrifying. And the worst thing about that line is that White had many options as well. Yeah, you took the rook on e7. It was actually possible to take the rook on b6 and displace the queen that way. And still those pawns are marching forward. And Arjun has to calculate every single possibility. And that is a nightmare. Oh, Arjun, 20 minutes remaining on the clock. Oh, I mean, the thing is, though, there's going to be a sacrifice on b6, come what may. You feel it in your bones. Knight d5, what a move.
Yeah. I mean, it's people often fall into the trap in these types of positions of assuming that if you don't win the game in the next 3 moves, then the sacrifice will have turned out to be unsound. Let's not forget that White actually has 2 pawns for the piece. So it's still a big sacrifice, but it's not like sacrificing a queen. White can slow roll this position and not worry too much about not having enough men on the field, especially as you very astutely pointed out that quote-unquote extra piece on h5 is a total dud. That knight was a one-trick pony. Its only prospect was to move to g3, and the position has transformed so much that knight g3 is completely not a problem. White also has 3 defenders on that square, so you're never going to be able to take back on g3 and keep the pawn alive. I think this is a brilliant decision by Arjun-Van Forest. And I think as he leans over the board, hunched over in full concentration, I think Arjun Erigaisi is seriously regretting not eliminating that knight on c6 when he had a chance.
Yeah, he did not anticipate that Jordan would actually sacrifice his knight on a7, but what a stroke of genius from the Dutchman. It's been a beautiful, beautiful idea. And Erigaisi, he is a tactician. I mean, one of his biggest skill sets is that he is fantastic with the initiative. So I would not discount him. If there's someone who can generate some play, it's going to be Arjun.
It most certainly is. I mean, he lost a game to Nodirbek Abdusattorov, no shame in that. Before, he had a couple of sparkling comeback draws. He's solid as a rock, and like you said, very, very tricky player. And speaking of Arjun, the press caught up with him right before the event to ask him how he feels going into one of his first true super tournaments of his incredibly promising career. Let's listen into Mr. Erigaisi.
So it's definitely going to be a lot stronger and a lot more challenging. And there are a lot of top players, and this is my first tournament playing amongst the elite in Classical. So I look forward and I'm very excited. To be honest, I don't think it changes anything particularly to me. but it's nice to have spectators watching chess. I'm quite used to playing Rapid Blitz in general. Even pre-pandemic, I used to play a lot of Blitz online. So Rapid Blitz I'm always used to, and Classical is something that's been there since years, like since basically when I started playing chess. So at the moment it's not so difficult to adjust from one format to another. Like the fact that there were so many spectators watching and they cheer for chess, not just for me, but just they love chess and chess is getting more attraction. That feels great.
Well, India is in the midst of a historic chess boom, and Arjun Erigaisi is at the center of that boom. I think you said it best, Yovi. It almost feels like there's a new grandmaster every day, and that's not as much of an exaggeration. We're talking 5-10 new grandmasters per year. We're talking an entire country that's obsessed with chess, with some of the best chess fans, so supportive of their players. And it's so easy to be supportive of a player like Arjun Erigaisi because all he does is succeed.
Yeah, and Arjun, he's so calm. You rarely see him get flustered. You rarely see him stressed. And one of the things that struck me about Arjun is when he said that he's actually been working with a performance coach. And the performance coach helps him with meditation, helps him calm down, helps him put in the right frame of mind, because this is an aspect to chess which has kind of almost been overlooked by a lot of the top chess players, that it's not just about training the body, it's also about training the mind, just making sure that you have enough grit and resilience just to endure those tough times and to endure the tremendous strain you put on yourself by playing 7 hours of grueling chess.
I mean, it's so easy just to fall into the trap of thinking that, well, we're talking chess, we're talking not a physical sport. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration, overkill to get a sports psychologist and a lot of players have a personal trainer? No, it is not. You need that physical stamina. You need the mental stamina if you want to succeed consistently at this level over the course of, as you're saying, a 6-7 hour game, against the world champion, for example. So as Erigaisi continues to think about his next move, his clock is dwindling. He's down to 15 minutes, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves to make until time control. We have another game that's heating up. We have 2 games that's heating up. Gukesh and Maksudlu with a counter strike by Parham in the center. But look at Report Praggnanandhaa. I can't take my eyes off of that position, Yovi.
I can't either, because Praggnanandhaa, we kind of called him brave, and here he is. He's playing so recklessly and so bravely, I have to say. He's just opened up the G line, opened up the H line, ready for those rooks to come down and start looking at the Black King. And I don't know about this position. I would be quaking in my boots, but because it's Praggnanandhaa, I somehow feel that he must have an answer here. He must have a way to counterattack this, because the white rook is coming to G1, and from there we suddenly have horrible threats on the board. There's even ideas of actually the rook sacrificing itself on G7, and that would just be a killer blow. And you've got to also blunt this light squared bishop that's sitting on B3, pointing at the Black King. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think Praggnanandhaa's in serious trouble. We could really start seeing a shake-up of the standings. A lot of the players who we had kind of almost written off, they're playing spoilers.
They are. I mean, the line between brave and brazen, it's a very thin one, and I think Prague might be towing that line. Richard is also down to 5.5 minutes. That might be part of the reason why Prague is trying to complicate the game, and we will have this time scramble for you, as well as updates on the other games. We still have 4 games ongoing. All of them are fascinating. You will not want to miss the conclusion of round 8 of Tata Steel. We will be back with more action on the other side of this short break.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. with hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. Most importantly, all of our courses are powered by Chessable's exclusive Move Trainer technology, which uses the science of spaced repetition to make sure it all sticks. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Fabi seems more fresh, and I know he loves Tata Steel, and you could just see the inspiration in Fabi's play.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is playing for a win, and he has to start winning fast if he wants to reemerge at the top half of the cross table.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlson's footsteps.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy.
What a performance.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
Yet another exciting round at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Round 8 is 3.5 hours in. We've got a couple of results, and the remaining games have officially reached a climax, most of them in a time scramble as the players struggle to make move 40. And nowhere is this more evident than in Richard Report's dogfight against Praggnanandhaa. We remind you that the players receive 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. When move 40 is made, they get an additional 55 minutes, and on move 60, they get another 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, the 30-second increment has saved almost all of the players from losing on time. It's a generous time control, but it's not a time control that entirely allows the players to avoid the occasional time scramble. Let's go back to Richard Report's game where he has sacrificed the pawn Yovi for a furious attack. And what an attack he has. Things are looking very grim for Prague.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those onslaught of pawns. F4, E4. There's two open lines for the Black King to just feel the heat of those white rooks. It's such a scary position. The only comfort that I would take if I were Praggnanandhaa is that it's not entirely clear now how is White going to continue their attack. And maybe the Black King can find solace in the center. Oh, and we do see that another result has been reached. That is between Wesley So and Ding Liren. And of course, that game ended peacefully in a draw.
Yeah, a slightly more peaceful day today. By the way, Gukesh is also going to make a draw pretty shortly. We'll bring you that result when we have it. But Ding Liren, great defensive effort. Things did look a little bit dubious for him for a while, but he managed to stay afloat. And Wesley, we last looked at the game after F5. Ding very calmly brings his rook to the 7th rank. We have a mass trade, and Ding's slight damage on the king side is counterbalanced by his incredibly active knight and rooks. And pretty quickly, we had a total liquidation followed by a draw. Okay, a good, solid, high-level game and a good result for Ding Liren, who goes into the rest day with a good draw with the black pieces against Wesley. Let's go back to the Report Praggnanandhaa game, because Praggnanandhaa himself is now dropping down and down on the clock.
Yeah, and he's on move 26, and he has to reach the critical move 40. And as you can see, both sides, not that much time remaining. Praggnanandhaa just under 7.5 minutes, and then we have Richard just over 6 minutes. It's not that much time for such a complicated position. And you have to remember, it's not very easy to defend. And because the position is still so open, Praggnanandhaa will have to be calculating every single possibility. He'll have to be thinking, how is Richard going to continue his attack? Is he going to push his pawn forward? Is he going to put his rook on the G2 square and start bearing down against the G7 pawn? Prag has to have an answer every step of the way.
God, I mean, the Black King has managed to escape the G file. The issue is that it's going from the frying pan into the fire. King e7 looks like the most tempting move to me. The issue there is that White can blast open the center with, you could play e5 immediately, but I also like the possibility of d4 followed by e5. Let's not forget that Black is only one pawn up. It's not like White sacrificed a piece for this attack. White has made a minimal investment, and in return, he's got a furious pawn storm in the center. The bishop from d1 at the right moment can pay a visit to b3, pressuring f7. Can also move into c2 if the Black queen escapes to one of the two squares that I've highlighted. And lastly, from a positional standpoint, Black's bishop is going to be terrible. It's going to be totally out of commission should Richard Report advance his pawn to d4. Now the time situation has equalized as well, so Prague doesn't even have a time advantage to suffer for.
Yeah. And I love the fact that you suggested the Black king running into the center, because that was my vibe as well. That king has got to skedaddle out of trouble, but trouble is still going to find him. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games, because I'm sure the action is brewing.
It is indeed. I mean, it's brewing most intensely in the Van Forest game, along with the Report game that we just saw. I think we should go very quickly to that Richard Report game, because the third remaining game between Gukesh and Maksulu, as tactical as it is, it's still a lot more tame and moving a lot more slowly than our other two games. So Richard Report has a furious attack against Pragnananda, and Van Forest has just made his 40th move. So I think we should see what Erigaisi's move 40 response will be, at which point the players will finally be able to relax and take a deep breath with 50 additional minutes added to their clocks. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What's happening?
No, and I think we actually should rewind to see how the flow has kind of developed, because we saw this beautiful sacrifice from Jordan, very, very decisive, and bishop takes knight, I think, played. But watch what happens next.
Oh my gosh. He brought his knight back. Finally,
Yeah.
Arjun Erigaisi brings his knight back into civilization. But talk about frying pan into the fire. In comes the pawn. Looks like Jordan walks into a fork, right? Just giving up the e5 pawn. But no, bang. Rook takes g6. What tactical creativity by Van Forest. And if Black takes that poisoned rook, the queen moves up to e4. Whichever way the Black king goes, either you lose the bishop and get massacred in the center, or you obviously get checkmated on the king side. King g5 staves off checkmate. But no, it doesn't even stave off mate by one move. It's still mate in two. And so Arjun, nerves of steel, as he says, I don't need your rook. I need the pawn on e5. Forces the rook off of g6. It moves to d6. And as move 40 is about to be made, one thing important to point out, Yovi, knight d3, queen e4 check is out of the question. So whatever Arjun does, he will have to make sure that he doesn't lose any minor pieces in the center and doesn't get victimized by a check on e4.
Yeah, the check on e4 is the immediate thing to deal with. And Arjun, it is his 40th move, and he has plenty of time to navigate this point. 8 minutes left on the clock. My first instinct is to actually drop the king back to h8 just to keep it protected. I'm really trying to get into the super grandmaster mindset of just keeping the king covered at all times.
Yeah, I love king h8. I think it takes the sting out of queen e4. Alternatively, I would consider bringing either the rook to e8 or the other rook to e7. Although, the moment you move the rook out of a7, let's not forget that the reason White sacrificed the piece in the first place was to produce some rather imposing pawns that sit on b5 and a6, connected passers right in Black's grill. But with 7.5 minutes, I think Arjun has just enough time to keep his bearings and find a good move. And he's already played a move, and it is, in fact, rook c8 to e8.
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely looks like a menacing move. Knight d3, as you've highlighted, now in the air. So White has to get off the e line as quickly as possible. Probably line up the queen and the rook together.
I'm going to make a bold prediction that this is going to be our last game of the day, because this is the kind of position where you can totally anticipate Jordan and Aragaisi taking turns, spending 20, 25 minutes per move. There are so many options here. You can take c5. You can move the queen away from the pin. There is that check on e4, which upon closer inspection doesn't seem to yield as many benefits as I thought it would. Black's pieces are all well protected. I think this is a good time to leave the players to their own devices. Move 41 is going to take a while.
Yeah, it will do. Too many possibilities. And okay, 3 games remaining. Shall we pop in on Gukesh against Magsudlu?
Yeah, and then we should definitely take a look at the climax in the report prognosticated game, because the players are moving ever faster and faster. Their clocks are dwindling, and this game has gotten totally wild too. What's happening?
I know. And take a look at Gukesh's clock. He has just under 2 minutes. And the position is again getting wild. I mean, we have rook takes d4 on the board. We have all kinds of potential threats against this bishop on g2. And Magsudlu, he plays it. Oh, okay. I feel that Gukesh is teetering on the edge now. He has to play super accurately. And the first move that I would think about, and it's not just about greed, it's about connecting the queen with the bishop on g2. That is the vulnerable piece. Just take the pawn on b7.
You're absolutely right. That is the only way to keep the balance. The position is equal, but Gukesh has to be perfect, as you're saying. There's so many false friends here, moves that might look tempting. You know, a6 is a move I could see him playing, but apparently that move loses. And Yovi, is Gukesh losing control of the game yet again? What happened to his advantage? Not only is it gone, but Black has now firmly taken control of the initiative. Fantastic time management from Magsudlu. He left himself with 14 minutes. That is plenty of time to work through the complications. 50 seconds for the Indian Grandmaster. Can he take on b7? Can he find the only move? Let's watch.
Oh, you know what? I think a6 is such a tempting possibility.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe
what's
we should
wrong with it,
highlight
but
why. Well, I think the problem isn't the problem rook takes knight.
Oh, a knight back to e3, and you could even allow white to promote to a second queen. That might not help. He's found it. He's found queen takes b7.
Oh, living on the edge. And one of the things that saves white is that rook takes knight is also met by the white rook capturing his own knight. And then white's pieces are coordinated to organize a defense of this weak bishop on g2.
And it can stave off the attack just long enough to enable him to launch a counter assault on Black's king. That counter assault is not going to yield checkmate by any means, but it is going to give white perpetual check if he handles the situation correctly, because Parham really has no choice but to take this knight and swing his rook down to the second rank. Obviously, rook d2 is not possible as of yet. That square is controlled. And after takes, rook c2 or rook g1, the knight's going to enter the game. Imagine having that position with 50 seconds.
Yeah, but you know what? Magsudlu is going to use his time, and I don't think he's going to capture that knight. I think he's going to play some other confusing move.
Ooh.
Because the reason I'm saying this is because after rook takes knight, it is very obvious that what white has to do. White is going to immediately capture the knight, giving more time to Gukesh. When Gukesh has just 60 seconds left, the best thing to do is to make a move that will just confuse him. And I'm thinking, can you get away with some, I don't know, some kind of move? And I'm just, and okay, he's taking the knight.
I just don't think he saw an alternative. I don't think there were any other ways to coordinate his pieces. And here we go, breakneck action. Rook to c2 is on the board. But you're right, this allows Gukesh to make a couple of moves really, really quickly, build up at least a tiny amount of cushion, which I think will allow him to find the subsequent series of only moves. Rook g1 is forced. You could throw in a check, but I don't see the point of that. There it is, rook g1, and Parham is likely to swing his knight into the action with knight to d4. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Which game do we go? Because Parham, or Report Pragnata, is also going crazy. And there's knight d4.
No. Okay, knight d4 on the board, and the knight is making a beeline to the e2 square, where it will help the queen attack g3 and g1. Oh, this is so difficult.
It's wild. King to H1.
I mean, how is he going to... King to
Only
H1?
move. Only move.
No way.
Got to
Who's
step
gonna
out of
find
knight
that?
F3. Well, knight F3 is a devastating threat.
Yeah, it is. King H1. Oh, Gukesh on the brink.
We definitely should wait for Gukesh's move because this game is just percolating. King H1, every other move loses. If you give a check on B8, which I could totally see him doing, that check is tempting. Buy yourself some time. It's premature, and it would lose the game. Literally, the only move is to drop the king back in cold-blooded fashion. And 40 seconds for Gukesh. Can the Indian Grandmaster keep his cool?
I don't know. Did you see the way he was looking at the clock? It seems to me that he's nervous. Keeps
Can't
looking
take
at the clock, and then he looks at the board. Okay, he
got
finds the best move. Oh,
he's done it.
okay. But he's still not out of the woods. Just so many aggressive moves. The first of all, what is going to happen after the knight jumps to E2?
Well, I guess queen B8 check, and the point is that the king cannot escape the zigzaggy series of checks. If queen G7, there's a queen check on E5. Most importantly, if king H7, the bishop comes to the rescue with a check on E4 that will open up the 7th rank. So white can apparently, with a series of accurate checks, force the perpetual check. And black has really no choice but to play knight E2, because queen takes G3. There's queen takes F7 check. That's the saving resource. Just beautiful.
Okay, so it looks like Gukesh has this under control with seconds left, but we really should go to the game between Rapport and Pragnananda because it's just madness. Look at Prag's king. It's out there in the center. It's being attacked by Richard's forces. Oh, this is looking dire.
It is, and he's got 1 minute for 9 moves in a situation where his king has no safety, no solace. His bishop is locked out. By the way, Gukesh is about to make his 40th move. If he makes a mistake, if he does not give that check on B8, we will keep you posted. But if he does, he will most likely hold the draw. What does Prag do? Rook has come to G7. Yovi, black is up 2 pawns. Does anybody care about that? No. E6 is coming. I think he's lost. I think this is dead lost for Prag.
E6 is a huge threat. He's just under a minute, and he moves his rook to F8.
E6 is winning.
It's a deadly threat. And you have pawn takes pawn on the board. Oh my god, E6. And Richard, well, he has just under 4.5 minutes to find this move. But his position is just crying out for this kind of pawn advance.
I mean, the thing is, I think Prag actually saw E6. I'm going to amend what I just said. I think he wants to slide the king over to C7. And there, it's important for Richard to realize that he can just take the pawn on H6. You don't actually need to play E takes F7 to rush that move. If you rush it, then somehow the black king is going to use that F pawn as an umbrella, and Prag might start to worm his way out of the dire situation he has found himself in. 3.5 minutes for the Romanian Grandmaster. He can't fall asleep either.
No, he certainly can't. 31 moves played so far. 9 moves left. This is insane.
That bears repeating. 9 moves to make in 1 minute in a situation where his king is just caught in a furious attack, a storm that never seems to end. We remind you that they will receive 50 minutes after move 40 is played. White makes his 40th move, 50 minutes. Black makes his 40th move, 50 minutes. But that is so far away. Prag isn't even thinking about move 40. He is thinking about surviving each individual move and not losing on time.
Yeah, it is just a question of surviving here because the position is just in tatters for him. And Richard doing the right thing. He is working out all the details. I mean, the great news for Richard is that he probably doesn't even need to go E6. He can just improve his position by moving the queen to F4, attacking the pawn on F5. He has all the choice in the world. So E6 we're expecting because it is the most obvious move. But then again, safety first will also work.
And you're often advised in your opponent's time pressure to give your opponent a choice. Make an open-ended move that forces him to spend more time. I think Queen F4 fits the bill perfectly, apart from the fact that it also attacks, really one of the only flimsy covers between White's pieces and the Black King. So I like Queen F4. Queen takes H6 is a somewhat greedier approach that looks very tempting as well. What really kills Black here is the fact that this bishop is totally out of commission. It's not really participating in the defense. So Black is really left. The king is largely left to its own devices. There's E6 check on the board.
Yep. E6 played and king runs to C7. And did
Bishop
you see
H5.
how quickly Richard played this move? Piling on the pressure on F7. This is clinical by the Romanian Grandmaster.
It is indeed. Rook takes and listen, he doesn't even necessarily want to end the game with checkmate. I think he wants to end the game by establishing a passed pawn on F7 and ultimately smoking out whatever piece sits on F8, whether it's the rook or eventually the queen. The E-file will open, and he will use that E-file as an avenue to get a piece to E8 and smoke out, again, that rook on F8, which is going to be so unstable.
Yeah,
no.
Absolutely. And it's never what your pieces are, it's what they do. And a pawn on the 7th rank, one square away from queening, and it's protected by anything. There's no way that Praggnanandhaa can challenge it. It's going to be mighty. It's going to be sufficient to win the game. And nothing really for Praggnanandhaa to do apart from accept that this pawn will exist.
30 seconds. He's got 30 seconds to come to terms with it. He's just played Queen E7 to F6. Apparently the only move to stay alive that hits the rook. It forces Richard Report's hand. We are going to see rook takes F7 check. And then, of course, Richard will take back with the E-pawn. That's why he put his bishop on H5. That bishop is going to be permanently anchored to that pawn. And Prag's only defensive approach might actually be to later bring the rook to F8 and sacrifice an exchange on F7. Obviously, that resulting position is losing, but perhaps it affords some practical chances. We have a trade on F7. Prag has built up a little bit of a time cushion. He's got 90 seconds to choose his next move. I think rook F8 is the only way to stay alive here.
Yeah, it is the only way because White is threatening to actually play rook E8 himself. So I agree. Rook F8, but the problem is that the rook is not obliged to go to E8. The queen can join in the fray by moving itself to E3. And it's all about building and nurturing that advantage home.
You brought up a fantastic point. I think queen to E3 is much more precise than the tempting rook E8 that enables Black to keep his rook alive with queen to G7. The great thing about queen to E3 is that White actually threatens to trade queens. And once the queens are traded again, the bishop on A7 is nowhere to be found. If only it found a way to worm its way to D6, it would be protecting the rook. Black would be totally fine. In the absence of the bishop, the rook has no stability, and the eventual rook E8 will be absolutely deadly, particularly if the queens are off the board. Queen E3 here is the key to the kingdom. And about to make a move is Richard Report.
He's got 5 moves to make the time control. Queen E3. I also like Queen E3 because it threatens Queen E8.
Yes.
Not just exchanging queens. And he's found it. Oh, you give Richard an aggressive attacking position. Of course, he's going to find the best moves. This is so easy to him. And I think Prag's only try is to capture the pawn. I mean, it's a sorry attempt. I mean, just take a look at this dark square bishop that Prag has. You kind of mentioned it so many times. It's locked out of the game. And Prag, he knows. He's shaking his head.
Yeah.
And he's in desperate survival mode, but there's nothing to be done.
50 seconds. C5 is futile. He's not getting that bishop out in time. And after he gives up the rook on F7, Richard could add insult to injury, tack on one more by taking on H6, paving the way for the rook infiltration to the 7th rank. Technically, the engine is giving something like +3, but I just don't see Prague being able to make 3 more moves without losing more material in that position. Here we go. Queen takes F7, played. Good job by Prague, doing what he has to do to keep the game going.
Yeah. And I would be tempted now to get rid of the queens and let the rook fight against this bad bishop on A7. And that rook is a mighty fine piece because it can eye up the H6 pawns, pick up the F5 one, and not to mention that B7 is also a target. And we just saw Richard reach with his hand. Prague looking away. He knows.
Oh, he does. And everything wins. Queen takes H6 is the more violent approach. Queen E7 is in the great style of the sort of Soviet schoolboy, get the queens off the board, win both of the kingside pawns, and the 4-on-4 with rook versus bishop is a relatively elementary win. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but with the additional 50 minutes, Richard should have no problems converting. It's largely a matter of taste here. What kind of win do you prefer? A technical one or one in which you have to do a little bit of calculation and go for the direct attack? My vote.
One with no risk.
Yeah, but Richard Report is Richard Report, as one wise man said, and I think he's keeping the queens on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Queen takes pawn, and then the rook moves itself to G1, and that is going to be curtains. But still, time is ticking, and Richard will be in calculation mode. He'll be thinking about what's going to happen should Pragnananda capture the pawn on A2 with his own queen.
Yeah, takes. There's a check on E7. Oh, and
nope.
Look at you.
He goes for safety first.
Okay,
it's
I respect
the old Soviet style. Okay, the king has to step back to C8. You don't want to let the B7 pawn fall off the board.
No. And the bishop gets trapped. That's the craziest thing. If you play king D8, Prague has 2 more moves to make until time control, and then he will have that additional time to see if he can maybe keep one of these pawns by miracle, maybe go C5 very quickly and try to blast open a diagonal for the bishop. There are some tactics having to do with bishop E3 check, so I think Richard still has some work to do.
Yeah, I think so too, but it's just a question of time, and time is Richard's friend. He has all of it in the world to just sit there and just keep on improving his position. And Prague will have he has a big defensive task ahead of him and is largely dependent on Richard making a critical mistake.
Yeah, what's interesting is that the theoretical endgame rook versus bishop with 3-on-3 on the same side of the board is a pretty well-known win, but the winning strategy there is not the easiest to formulate if you aren't aware of it beforehand. When you start adding pawns to the same side of the board, obviously that favors the side that's up material because it's easier to target the opposing side's pawns when there are more of them and harder to defend. So if Report can win both of these pawns, I think the game ends then and there. It all depends on whether Prague can find some way maybe to play C5 at the right moment and keep one of the pawns alive. That complicates the winning process. 10 seconds. Now, don't fall asleep, Prague. King B6.
Okay. It was somewhat surprising to put the king on B6, but Prague is banking on moves such as D5 and perhaps trying to keep the F pawn alive by putting it on F4.
It's move 39, Yovi. Prague still has a move to make and 8 seconds to do it in. He's gotten up from his chair. I hope he realizes this is not move 40. Move 40 has not been made yet by black.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Oh.
Where's he going?
Where's he going?
Whoa.
What's happening? Is that him?
It is him. He's not on the board. He might have made a mistake on his score sheet, and he might be under the impression that 40 moves have been made. This has happened before in Grandmaster level chess, where you skip a move on your score sheet, but more likely he just believes in his ability to come back to the chair and make a move. But this is getting me really nervous.
I think it's more the former case. I've never seen anyone get up from the board when they only have 38 seconds left to make a final move. Oh no, there he is.
Sit down,
Well.
Prague. You're gonna...
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And now Richard down to 40 seconds. Maybe this is a psychological ploy. Maybe Richard also thinks that he's made move 40.
Imagine if Report realizes it. He's making motions that he is about to move 20 more seconds, and Rook H7, I think, and Rook F7 are the candidate moves. You have to decide which of the pawns you're targeting first. Now, because F is on a light square, my inclination would be toward Rook H7.
10 seconds.
8 seconds.
9
8 seconds.
Seconds.
Got to make a move.
It's going
5
down.
seconds.
He's got to make
With
a move.
4.
Come on.
Oh, my lands.
Okay.
3 seconds. He cut it so close. And he goes C4. Interesting move. Just keeping the king confined. Now, where is Prague? He sits down.
He sits down calmly.
20 seconds. How calm is he? This is crazy. Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's going to
No. Has he forgotten that he's got 10 seconds?
He's got 10 seconds.
No. Oh, my God. I can't believe
It's 6, 5, 4,
3. He's
2,
lost on time.
1.
He doesn't realize.
Oh, wait. He's made move 40.
No, but white has made move 40 and black is not. Are we unaware of the rules, Yovi? The rule should be just because your opponent has made move 40 does not mean that you get the time. Black has to execute his 40th move to get that additional time. The clock is wrong. I think he's lost on time. He's lost on time. But look at the clock. 50 minutes have been added to his clock, and that is wrong.
No, but... And there we see the handshake.
He lost on time.
He's lost on time.
And I would be more shocked, Yovi. Imagine if his position wasn't lost. How crazy that would be.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, but what happened?
I'm speechless there. He just thought that he had made move 40. I mean, his body language indicated that. The way he got up from the board, the way that he kind of relaxed, was hanging around. And then he just sat down when he had 30 seconds left on the clock, and he just calmly wrote Richard's move. Oh.
The game
is
not
over.
He would have had
far
some
from
chances. I mean, go bishop b8, go d5, 3-on-3. Richard would have had his work cut out for him. A surprised Parham walks over there. Yovi, we kind of called it the moment he got up from his chair with 30 seconds left. We knew that something was wrong. And the only explanation I can think of is what I mentioned. He made a mistake on a score sheet. Let's say he accidentally wrote the same move twice, or he accidentally missed one of the moves. You don't see what move number it is on the clock. The clock does not tell you what move number it is. So you're left to your own devices. I've made this mistake before. That's why sometimes I subconsciously try to make 41 moves just in case I misnotated. What a crazy, crazy ending to this game.
I know. And it's absolutely heartbreaking for the Indian teenager. I mean, yes, his position was objectively lost, but still, there were so many moves left to play. And not the ending that Prague wanted, especially not the ending that he wanted before a free day.
Yeah.
Sad things. And I agree with you. I actually am paranoid about this happening during the game. So I often will make sure I get to move 41 rather than just move 40. Or sometimes I will even ask my opponent, move 40, and they go,
exactly.
Yes. And I'm like, out of there.
I will do that too. And again, I just want to make it very clear that I think there's an 80 to 90% chance Richard would have won. But it's not just that. It's the psychological just surprise of losing on time. Like, you're not supposed to do that. Grandmasters are supposed to be aware of what the move number is. But Prague, he accepted it calmly. He gets his first 0 on the tournament cross table, and still an amazing performance. That doesn't change, but he will have a tough rest day tomorrow, a tough pill to swallow. Richard Report. That was a great game.
It was a fantastic game. And I like the way that Richard just untangled himself from a potentially very tricky middle game. And then he just seized the initiative by castling queenside. And when Prag grabbed those very hot pawns, Richard just launched an initiative, and it was just devastating. Very impressive stuff from Richard.
When you get Richard Report into the wrong kind of position, he is absolutely unstoppable. I was floored with the confidence with which he carried out the moves e6 and bishop h5, and you can just sense the energy in his play. A big win for Richard, who is going to try to finish this tournament strong. But speaking of finishing strong, we are monitoring the 2 remaining games as we go to our bird's eye view. Van Forest and Erigaisi locked into a wildly chaotic struggle. Bishop has just taken on c5. The game that I think is going to end very shortly is Gukesh Magsudlu. So shall we pay a visit to that game before it ends in what I think will be perpetual check of one form or another?
Yeah, absolutely. Because at the minute, it looks like Black has a killer position with that knight on f5, threatening this pawn on g3. And it seems to me that White has to bail out as quickly as possible and start giving some checks.
Yeah, looks are so deceiving in these types of positions. We just want to clarify, nobody else is going to lose on time. Gukesh has made move 40 on the previous move, and that means while the clock hasn't been updated just yet, he's got right about 35 minutes at this point. So he's been thinking for 18 minutes, and he realizes the gravity of this situation. The best move, Yobi, I think the most precise way to ensure a draw is actually just to push the pawn up to g4. And
yeah,
this looks brazen, but it's not.
Yeah, you can just step forward with the king, and knight f1 check will be a perpetual check. You cannot capture that knight, and then back you go. And I agree with that. Ooh, how are you going to handle this? Now queen to e5 check. Now here comes the perpetual. And actually, the move that I was suggesting could potentially be a big mistake. If Gukesh gives a check with the knight on f5, then Black will simply play f6, and the queen has no good way to deliver a second check.
And this occurs in which position?
This occurs when the knight is on f5 in the game position.
Let me rewind all the way back. So you're saying if he gives the immediate check, f6 is bad news. Even this is probably maybe a draw. I mean, you could give up g3 and still try to get the perpetual, but it's a moot point. It's not worth even looking at. Now, the one point I want to make is that Farham should not repeat the kind of thing he did yesterday against Fabi. I think he's going to learn his lesson, because knight e2 would be very unwise, actually. Queen e5 check. Look at this. If Black drops the king back to g8, after the calm rook f1, it's checkmate, because queen e8 and queen takes f7 is coming next. Black loses his queen. And if you drop the queen back to f6 thinking, let me be clever and move this knight back out to f4, and maybe it looks like Black's got some chances. Why does the brilliant intermezzo, bishop to e4, hitting the rook, attacking the tail of the discovery? After rook a2, rook g2, Black is in dire straits and is going to end up just losing this knight. So Gukesh is triple, quadruple checking. You can't be careful enough, especially when you're in bad form. So he's going to take his sweet time, but I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to see a draw after g4.
Yeah, it looks that way, because believe it or not, the danger is probably all on Parham's side rather than Gukesh's. And it was an exciting round today, and the players, of course, will have a free day tomorrow, but that doesn't prevent them from playing wild and exciting chess. Could you have predicted this, that Prag would lose to Richard Rapport, that Magnus would just simply overwhelm Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces? I would have said no.
How the landscape of the tournament has changed just in the last 2 games. And we have just seen our fair share, more than our fair share, of crazy chess. fighting chess and just turnarounds and just unpredictable occurrences that all constitute the reason we love this tournament, right? If everything went according to plan and we had tons of boring draws and the standings wouldn't really shift after the first couple of rounds, then Tata Steel would not have the reputation that it has earned and built up over the course of almost a century. Now just think about that. The same tournament held in essentially the same place for 85 years. And these players are more than well equipped to continue this amazing tradition in style. Now we will continue a tradition of our own, which is to take a break. Now, Gukesh just made a crazy move. He's played a6. I'm going to ask permission from our producer to spend a little bit of time on this game. We will go on that break, but wait a second. Kill the commercial. A6 is on the board, and you can see the eval bar protesting wildly. Now, the reason Gukesh played it, Yovi, in his mind, he thinks that after knight takes g3, king h2, Maksudlu still has to force the draw because white is 2 moves away from promotion. But apparently, I will admit, I cheated. Apparently, black has an additional resource in the form of knight f5. Oh my god. And if a7, black stops the pawn with rook a2. Now you think, what do you mean stops the pawn? White can still promote. But after rook a8, queen a8, there is a smothered mate. Bang, bang, and you don't even sack your queen. Even if there was a knight on f3, this would be made. That would be insane. Now wait a second. Did Gukesh mess up again?
Oh,
Rewind.
he has. But that mate with the knight on f1 and the queen on h2 is notoriously difficult to spot. I remember that Kramnik actually didn't see that checkmate when he faced off against the computer. And, oh, gosh.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. And the reason that g4 was so important, Yovi, has nothing to do with the material count or the inherent value of that pawn. It was just that the pawn on g4 would have prevented the black knight from moving back to f5 and setting up these discovered ideas. And the last thing I'll point out is that after knight f5, you might say, well, obviously white doesn't have to promote, but if white doesn't promote, black just picks up the a7 pawn. That pawn is hanging, and black will emerge 2 pawns ahead. According to the eval bar at a relatively low depth, black is already on the border of winning. Should this happen on the board, should Parham play the move knight f5, and he's got an entire hour to figure out what I think is an idea that he is well capable of seeing, even in, let's say, a rapid game.
Yeah, I agree with you. You can just see that Maksudlu, he's been surprised, actually. And a6 feels like a move that's not quite right. Yeah. And, you know, at the very least, as you mentioned, you do have the draw, but he will be looking for more. And dropping that knight back to f5, that's just remarkable. What a move. That's unbelievable stuff. And we've seen these grandmasters, they find the best moves. They understand what needs to be done. And goodness me. If this is the case and if this happens, Gukesh is just going to be devastated because nothing is going his way. I mean, he started this game. He played great. He got a position that was better for him. And somehow or other, in the time scramble, he let his advantage slip. But still, this is very much a draw. And now, if Maksudlu finds the correct way to win, it's just going to be all over. There's just no way that white can survive this position if he loses the a-pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And Gukesh, if he loses the a-pawn, when he loses the a-pawn, we'll need a miracle of the magnitude that we almost saw yesterday in order to turn that game around. But one thing is for sure, Parham, he might take on g3 quickly, but on the subsequent move, he is going to take his sweet time because knight f5 is obviously an incredibly committal move. He will have to calculate it very, very deeply. But Parham, he looks surprised. I think he's already spotted that idea on his radar. This, I think, gives us a good chance to go on our post-time control break. Do not go anywhere, because here at round 8 of the Tata Steel chess tournament, we still have 2 fascinating games that are ongoing, and we will bring you more Tata Steel action from this amazing round on the other side of this short break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
What a fascinating Sunday round here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The playing hall still mostly filled and the spectators at the front crowding around the final 2 ongoing games. We have had a fascinating round, some draws, some decisive games. Crazy things happening all around as the world champion demolishes Fabiano Caruana, and Richard Rapport wins on time against Praggnanandhaa in, to be fair, a position that he should have converted anyway, and 3 results ending peacefully. Yovi, we called it in the first 15 minutes. We just saw from the openings and the diversity of structures that we were in for an exciting round.
Yeah, we really did see it all. We saw players launching kingside attacks. We saw people grabbing pawns, and it's been entirely unexpected. I could not have believed what has occurred this round. And boy, some things still take my breath away. And the 2 games that you mentioned, they were just unbelievable. Can you believe Magnus Carlsen just doing a whitewash over Fabiano Caruana, and of course Pragg just losing to Richard Rapport? It's just insane. And the best part of it is that the insanity continues because the 2 games that we have still remaining are, again, just crazy.
In this game, well, we just saw Gukesh make a shocking error, granting Farham Maksudlu a golden opportunity to take over the advantage, and we'll keep you posted on whether or not Farham seizes that opportunity. But the game that everybody wants to look at is Van Forest Erigaisi. This was a complicated game, really from the very opening, but it was a manageable King's Indian position with understandable ideas, and then all hell broke loose when Arjun-Van Forest came up with a brilliant sacrifice on a7. The position remained objectively unclear, but Jordan faced his opponent with what now is clear are insurmountable practical problems. Look at White's 2 pawns on b5 and a7. The pathway is clear, and his last move is the top line of the engine. Black's position is deteriorating rapidly, Yovi, and I think in the long run, and not as much in the long run, really, in the next 4 or 5 moves, White's pawn is going to appear on b7, and White will do anything that it takes and sacrifice anything he needs to ensure that these pawns reach the 7th rank.
Yes, absolutely. Those 2 pawns are the North Stars in White's position. It's just a case of pushing them. The White army will help them to their destination, and take a look at Black's extra piece. It's nowhere near in the defense that Black has. I mean, Black's job is to simply blockade them, but that is a thankless task. And let's not forget that the Black King, still exposed, still out there. It looks disastrous for Arjun Erigaisi, and it looks like he's going to stumble to his 2nd defeat in a row.
Yes, he is, and he's played the move knight c4. Obviously, Jordan has not missed the fork. He is just going to snap that knight right off the board. He's going to be down an entire rook, but it's not going to matter because even with 2 rooks and a queen, Black does not have sufficient firepower to keep his king protected and keep the pawns confined. Jordan's about to have 2 queens. And I'll just point out that White's king is kind of sitting in its castle, a warm fireplace. You know, the logs are crackling. It's got a nice bottle of expensive wine nearby, just sort of sitting there with his personal assistant helping him out and keeping him safe. A tale of 2 disparate kings. I just want to show on the analysis board how the game is likely to end. Jordan is certainly going to take on c4. If Arjun takes with the bishop, he allows the extra resource rook to d7. So Black is most likely going to take with the rook, and White simply continues to push the pawn. And here's the amazing thing. Black drops the rook back to c8. It still appears that Arjun is keeping things relatively under control, but here you actually have the crazy sacrifice on e6, giving up yet another exchange. If the queen takes, then White pushes b7 and massacres Black's rooks. And if the rook takes, I think the move knight d6 ends the game. Just look at this position. This is ridiculous, Yovi. This is just ridiculous. Black is a full rook ahead, and it does not matter because as soon as Black sticks a queen on b7, boop, boop, and that's it. Black has to get rid of the queen, and the pawn finally reaches the promised land.
Beautiful stuff there. And I can see that Jordan is for sure going to find these moves. And he doesn't capture the knight, but he steps forward with the queen. I still think that this is okay. You can still use the ideas that you've highlighted of just sacrificing your rook for the knight and then just springing forward with the b pawn.
Now, it is okay, but I would refrain from one particular line. I'm a little bit worried Jordan might be attracted to it, and that is to give up the a-pawn in order to recapture the knight. Now, obviously, this does not relinquish the entire advantage, but this really does allow black to muddy the waters with the move rook a1. And amazingly, knight f6 check, that looks like it wins the game on the spot, but black has a very pretty tactic that turns the tables. Queen takes f6, and don't forget that white's queen is also hanging. It's not so easy to get rid of this rook, and suddenly white's king. The fireplace has gone out. It's not all that interested in the wine that it's got nearby, and black is able to whip up an inkling of counterplay. So if I'm Jordan, I don't know exactly what to recommend, but maybe rook to c6 is a safer way to keep converting the advantage. Not totally sure, but he rushed it with queen d3.
Yeah.
He did rush it a little bit.
I have to say, if I were playing white, I would probably play a8. Bank it. It's been a wild game, and I feel that it's about time material were restored. And there we see Jordan. He is in the tank. He is thinking. I do like your move, rook c6. That is also a fantastic idea. I mean, black doesn't have a direct threat against any of white's pieces. So just move the rook c6. And remember, the pawn is protected by the bishop that's hiding away on g1. Took me a while to spot that piece.
Yeah, it's hiding over there in the corner. It took me a while to spot white's king.
Yeah.
Oh, my lands.
Yeah, but the problem is that there are many tempting choices. Rook c6 and just a8. After playing such a nerve-wracking game, I think this is very tempting.
It is, and I checked our Silicon friend, or shall I say our Silicon fiend, and it does appear that I exaggerated the extent of the danger a little bit. A8 queen is right around +4. The simple reason is that rook to a1, it looks scary, but it does not create any threats. The rook all alone in of itself doesn't apply sufficient pressure on that bishop. And white, well, he'll give up the a-pawn, but he still has the b-pawn, and he's got 2 extra pawns to boot. So I think a8 queen should, in fact, do the job if Jordan maintains his composure and exercises the utmost caution with respect to his king. Well, one player that did not exercise the utmost caution is Fabiano Caruana, who got absolutely smashed in less than 30 moves by a resurgent world champion, Magnus Carlsen. He's all of a sudden on +1, sitting pretty, a lot prettier than he was sitting just 2 rounds ago. And Magnus Carlsen caught up with the press right after his sparkling victory. Let's listen in to the world champion.
I didn't expect this win, so that's very good. Now I have 5 pretty winnable games left, so I'll just try and keep going. So yeah, it's looking better. I'm not really concerned about winning the tournament, but the chances of actually playing a decent tournament increased a lot, obviously.
That was Magnus Carlsen. As we look at the standings really quickly, but we have some breaking news coming in right now. Abdusattorov there, keeping a 1-point lead for the time being. But something crazy has just happened. We have to take you furiously over to the Gukesh Maksudlu game where something absolutely unthinkable has just occurred. Not only did Parham Maksudlu not find the move knight takes g3 check, it would have been forgivable if he didn't see knight back to f5 in that resulting position and gone for the draw. But he has made an absolutely unthinkable blunder. Instead, he has allowed Gukesh to claim victory with rook a2. He allowed queen a5 check. Now in this position, king g8 is an immediate perpetual. How similar is this, Yovi, to the Caruana narrative? Instead, he's gone forward to g6. And the horrible tactic that he's blundered is that after knight g3 check, queen takes g3. He's put the king on the only square that allows this tactic to work. And after bishop e4 check, black can resign because the queen is picked up with an extra piece. I cannot believe this. And if he can't play knight g3, then he's got to move the knight elsewhere. And bishop to e4 is essentially checkmate as a result. I think he can basically resign.
Yeah, I mean, talk about roller coaster. I mean, when we took a break, we left you all on a cliffhanger. We were like, hey, you know, Parham has a winning attempt. Parham didn't spot it because he tried to play too ambitiously. He did not play the obvious move because he did not spot knight f5 as Daniel indicated. And instead, he's just taking too many risks in the desire to win. He should have just accepted. He got away with it yesterday, but today he is being punished. And I love that line. Knight g3, queen takes knight. Beautiful stuff here. And there we can see Parham with his head in his hands. He is just desperately racking his brains to find some kind of solution, because this, of course, is not the outcome that he expected. And you've highlighted knight going back to g2, g7, and of course the bishop will come out.
But this is so easy. f5, you take it. The king has to make its way to h5, but then bishop d5, bishop f7 is a mating procedure. Probably the only chance is knight takes f5, and the eval bar there dropping a little bit. Maybe this still gives Parham some off chances. The problem, though, is if we rewind a couple of moves, apparently the move a6, a7 wins the game on the spot. If you can distract the queen, then the win is obvious. If you can distract the rook, which you do, then the clinical rook f1 forces the queen away, and then bishop e4 is simply checkmate. For instance, queen b6, bang, and then you actually can take with the bishop, you can take with the pawn, and obviously this is like the most one-sided affair of all time. Instead, Parham has decided to seek his fortunes on e3. Let's bring us back to the live board. Knight to e3 is on the board, and that actually is a much better version of the knight h4 line, because a7 here doesn't seem to do the trick. Black can actually capture that bishop. Is Parham going to pull off another unthinkable miracle and save this game? But all of that to the side, Yovi. I can't believe that he didn't take on g3. At the very least, he would have had that draw in his pocket.
I know.
He's just taking these crazy risks. And I admire the fighting spirit. He's a fighter, but his form and his delivery in these critical moments has just been sorely lacking.
Yeah, I have to say, sometimes it comes from the will to win. You've got to back that up with moves, and sometimes you just have to accept that your opponent has also worked as hard as you have, and that a draw is a fair result. You just can't force those victories. You can't will them into existence. You have to let them happen naturally. And I do like the move knight e3. But the first thing that I'm going to say is follow the checks. I mean, the bishop will come to e4.
Yes.
The only thing that black can do is play f5. Nothing else for it.
And then white should take his time.
Definitely, because you have a choice. You know, you can check on e6 or you can check on d6. Is there a difference? So I would just start with one random one and work my way there. So which one do we want? Dark squares, light squares?
Well, I think actually queen d6 is the more sensible check, because it keeps tabs on the h2 square. And amazingly, white doesn't even have to only play with checks. Black has 0 threats. So after the king drops back, I think the simple g takes f5. I mean, unless I'm missing something.
Could you also, if there's no checkmates, you can just go rook c1. Everyone to the party.
What a move.
Let's have some fun.
Look at this move. I mean, this is unbelievable. Black says all 3 pieces are aiming at the white king, and somehow white's got the diagonal control over all of the critical squares. This bishop sacrificing its life for the greater good, and white delivers the ladder shot or wins all of black's pieces in the event of queen f7.
Yeah.
Queen f7.
And
I guess queen d4, for example. Yeah,
queen
this is over.
It is over. And
no way.
Okay. Nice spot by queen d6. It was nice to see that the queen is an attacker and defender at the same time. So rook c1, the only move I can see is rook c2.
That's a nice resource.
Yeah. I'm kind of hoping for bishop takes rook. Wink, wink. Nice.
Yeah, why not? It's a free
there.
rook.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a second. Don't do this because there's like queen e1 and knight f1 with a perpetual. Gukesh not hesitating.
He finds bishop e5, f5 on the board. And okay, now it is crunch time. How is he going to check the king?
So here, rook to b1, just to finish this line, I think is the winning move because you're forcing black to pursue the rook. And now you can give a check on d7. If king f6, you get forked. So you have to go back to f8. And I think here, there must be some like combination of checks that forces the king onto a dark square. I don't see it off the top of my head, though. So maybe you can just check and go rook c1 here. No, you get mated. What am I saying? It's so easy to forget about that. And I mean, I don't see it off the top of my head. This is crazy.
Well, you can get
check.
queen.
Oh, and check.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Yes.
Because at this point, the king has no shelter to seek. Either it steps onto this diagonal or you allow liquidation and the rook disappears at the end of the line. Wow. What a line.
Oh, gosh, I'm actually... No, and he finds queen d6, of course. Yeah. He understands exactly what needs to do. He has to keep the h2 square covered. And
oh my gosh.
What a turnaround. And we were kind of just thinking, how sorry we were for Gukesh. He's played so well in this tournament, and it just seemed he's been a victim of his own clock. But now looks like he's on his way to securing his very first victory. And
the soul, yeah.
It's a heartbreaking loss for Parham, and he will be furious. I would not like to be in his shoes when he finishes this game.
And goes to enjoy the rest day. What a miserable rest day it'll be, because Parham got one miracle yesterday, one close call, but he's not going to survive a second one. And Gukesh, you have to feel good for him to get this first win. However he got it. When you're in bad form, listen, you just got to take whatever gifts are given to you. And this was a gift. Parham, he's going to be kicking himself for not taking enough time. He played that king g6 move in 2 or 3 minutes. And anytime you put your king on a square like g6, anytime you put your king on a compromised square, especially on the same square, on the same color square as the color of your opponent's bishop, you have to be extra careful. You have to double check that one more time. And Parham failed to do that. What a ridiculous series of turnarounds we have seen in so many games today.
Yeah. Talk about a tumultuous round. I mean, expect the unexpected. And boy, I mean, are we seeing this kind of blunders because of tiredness? Is fatigue making a mark? And there we see Parham put his king on f7. And yeah, I was looking at rook c1. Probably now it also occurs to me you can put your rook on b1, and you can just shorten the variation by 2 moves.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's funny when you think, no, it is essential that I repeat moves once before going for that line. Rook b1, rook b2. But the key move there is bishop e4 to d5. It can be a little bit jarring to give up, the pride of your position, the game-winning piece. But you just have to clear the shrubbery there on the king side and then tail the king over to a dark square. But Gukesh he's got 22 minutes, and he can take even 15 of them to just quadruple check the winning line, which he's going to do. He doesn't trust himself at this point in the tournament. He has to make sure that there are no hallucinations as he's knocking on the door. Shocking victory over Maksudlu.
Yeah. And of course, we have to remind ourselves that Maksudlu actually held a 7-hour game yesterday against Caruana. that obviously must play on your energy reserves when you have such a draining game. I mean, could the errors that we saw that came with King G6, with putting the rook on A2, could that have been as a result of this game? And also, you mustn't forget that we are closing in at the end of this tournament. We are in the second half. This is a grueling time control, very, very long.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the reason? Or is it just simply he's out of shape?
I think this must be the reason, because Maksudlu has had incredible moments this tournament. He's had moments when he's navigated successfully the complexities of positions far more difficult to assess and calculate than the one he had here. This was a relatively simple position. There weren't that many tactical details. You know, there was the queen takes G3 idea that he missed. And then the other idea he missed was the concept of delivering smothered mate with the knight and the queen. I maintain that Parham is such a strong player that a fresh Parham, an energized Parham, would have taken that pawn really without a second thought and would have found knight f5 in, let's say, round 1 of this tournament. So fatigue, not only is it important, it is central to the narrative of this tournament. Who has the stamina? Who has the reserves built up to keep their legs churning as the rounds drag on and the hours drag by and their brain starts to turn into mush?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm glad you kind of said the brains also start to turn to mush, because we mustn't forget as well, the players are actually doing prep in the morning. So it's not just this 6 hours, 4 hours, or 8 hours of play. It's also maybe how many hours would you say preparation do you do on average?
I think at least 2 to 3. I mean, obviously there's prep before the tournament, but there's prep during the tournament, which is largely review. Their team or their coaches send them files. They have to review and process those files. And those files contain, obviously, the openings that they predict will happen. So the amount of review and maintenance that happens during the tournament is staggering. I think it's at least, on the low end, 2 to 3 hours, maybe an hour in the evening, and then 2 hours or so in the morning before they head off to the game.
Yeah. And also when it comes to preparation, these guys play everything. How do you prepare against, someone like Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, who, when you check the databases, you're like, okay, they play E4, D4, C4, knight f3, G3, anything goes. And obviously you can't cover all those lines because it's just too much, and you don't want to turn up to the board brain dead, basically.
I remember a very interesting interview with, I think it was Kazim Janov, where he was talking a little bit about how openings are predicted, and one of the devices is to basically see where you score the worst. And that's, it's a pretty safe bet that your opponent is going to see the same statistics that you will. But, for Gukesh, nothing has gone quite right this tournament, not his openings, not his middle games. And this win is going to come at such an opportune moment. It's going to allow him to press the reset button and try to finish strong. And we have a very nice interview with Gukesh. We caught up with him before the tournament. Let's hear the Indian Phenom's thoughts on his chances and his opponents.
It's my first super tournament in classical chess. So, yeah, with Magnus and all the top guys, it's super interesting. And there are also a lot of youngsters, so it's going to be super fun. I like crowded playing halls. I just like spectators watching my games. It just makes me want to do better if someone is watching. Since the lockdown pandemic started, I've been working with engines a lot. Yeah, till now I don't have any real problems with adapting. So when it comes to chess, chess engines, I'm usually quite interested. As this is my first really super tournament, I want to learn as much as possible and to just fight it out, and I look forward to giving my best, and hopefully I can finish in the top.
Gukesh, of course, burst onto the scene with an 8 out of 8 start at the last Olympia, talking about how he adapted his style of training and his style of prep. Yobi, you talked about that very astutely earlier, involving and incorporating engines into his training for the first time in his career. That is a pretty crazy thought, that someone of Gukesh's age from his generation, one of the only ones not to grow up using engines religiously.
Yeah, I know. And it's really unheard of because every generation brings something new to chess, and it could be within the preparation methods, the training methods. And Gukesh somehow strikes me a little bit as the old guard. I mean, even in that interview, he said that there are a lot of youngsters in the tournament. That kind of, to me, implies that he doesn't see himself as a youngster.
I think that's awesome. He sees himself as an old soul. And Gukesh is like all the Indian juniors, along with Aragaisi and Nihal Saran and others who are coming onto the scene. They're just so easy to root for. They're modest, they're classy, and they're incredibly driven. So Gukesh has taken on F5, which is a perfectly sufficient alternative to Rook B1. The idea is very simple. That pawn is going to be part of the deadly machine, which is going to cost Black his king. King is not long for this board. In the event of Knight F1, Bishop D5 is an elementary mating sequence. It's amazing that Parham doesn't have a single square on the king side that he can use as a springboard to create any threats. White doesn't even have to rush. He can win the game by pushing the a-pawn and promoting it. That's how lost this is, Yovi. And what a crazy turnaround.
Yeah, that's insane, actually, because you would have thought that there is a move somewhere, somehow, but somehow these pieces are just completely paralyzed. They can't do a single active move, despite looking like they are fearsome creatures, but they're not. And interesting how looks can be deceptive once again.
Chess is just such a crazy game. I mean, the mirage of Black's pieces of the activity is very deceiving. As you say, Gukesh is going to win this game very shortly. Parham might resign here. More likely, he'll play one or two more moves. And I think we should take this opportunity first to go to the bird's eye view, because the other game is going off the rails as well. Arjun-Van Forest has been winning for a while against Aragaisi on the strength of that remarkable knight sacrifice on A7. And I think Arjun has done a great job of creating counterplay, muddying the waters. He still is losing from an objective standpoint, but as Jordan's clock continues to dwindle, I think Arjun has his share of practical chances here.
Yeah,
maybe not many,
for
though.
starters. No, not many, but for starters, and something that is definitely giving him some optimism is this pawn on F3. You know, perhaps it can capture the pawn on G2, and there is a slight weakness to the white king. And okay, it sounds a bit flippant of me, but when you are defending, you must always have a positive mindset, and it's always about those small gains, because otherwise, if you're very pessimistic about it, then you're expecting bad things to happen, and bad things will happen because basically you've manifested themselves. Yeah, okay, that was me preaching on about the universe. I've listened to too many of these things. You are what you think.
It's true. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. Okay.
Arjun.
Well, Arjun is struggling. I mean, the moves that I would kind of consider is, you have to initiate chaos. So I am in favor of capturing the pawn. And then after that, I'm just in favor of throwing some pieces. I would really like a knight to get to G4. It's not really, maybe knight to D3 or something. It's really speculative. But then again, the position is ultimately lost, so you might as well try something.
Yeah, that bishop on G1, though, is such a heroic defensive piece. And I think Jordan striking the balance between aggressive moves on the queen side and defensive moves on the king side. Most likely, I think, unless Arjun sees some crazy way to complicate the narrative on the king side, is going to be the move rook E8 to A8. If we can pull up an analysis board. And the problem isn't so much that the pawn's going to be on B7 within 2 moves. It's more like it's going to land on B7 within 6 or 7 moves. Jordan is in no hurry. He will play B6. And the more I look at this, the more hopeless this appears to me. If F takes G2, White can take really with either piece. Even king takes G2 is fine, but so is queen takes G2. And this blockade, as watertight as it seems, is not going to last very long. First, White's going to go rook A5. Then White's going to go rook C5, and the rook is going to travel in deadly fashion to c7, and the moment black moves the knight away from c6, insult to injury will be added with the move e5, opening up a direct line of fire against all three of black's blockading pieces. No, Yovi, I think this is on the cusp of being over. Arjun has taken on g2, but that's not going to help his cause.
I agree. I'm kind of expecting the queen just to go to b7, and you kind of killed my ideas of moving the black knight, trying to initiate some kind of checks, because, of course, e5 is a killer move. Of course, I mean, I'm also thinking that Jordan might not even capture the pawn with his queen, as I'm assuming. He might actually play king takes pawn.
In fact, I think he will.
It's entirely safe there. Never assume is a good philosophy in life. Yeah, I think he will, because, of course, the queen can come to f5 and give a check.
I think it's a brilliant move, king takes g2, and a great illustration that you never want to make automatic moves. King takes g2, and the key is that the rook guards the g6 square. Otherwise, queen g6 would have been a very nasty response.
King takes g2,
So,
yeah. I
think-
mean, okay, so I mean, is there any way that black can just not immediately lose? So after king takes g2, queen moves to b7 to prevent the pawn and the queen
Check to
f5,
His Majesty.
and the king has to take a step backwards. It's probably irrelevant
This-
where, and
this
you
looks
just
natural.
keep on building, and you yeah,
Bishop
and you have
f2
a big
blocks the check.
And unfortunately, you have to do something like that, because if you make a nothing kind of move, you're threatening bishop takes knight.
Here.
And
It's not even easy
yeah.
to make a nothing kind of move.
No,
I mean,
the rook
even...
can swing across to e6.
Huh. What's the most clinical way, though? Because rook e6, there is rook to f8. So I'm trying to figure out how do you actually end the game. Probably taking does win, but I don't like it after rook takes e5. The rook has too many shenanigans going on. So probably white should be a little bit more patient here. But how exactly? Maybe it's time for b6. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that move.
Yeah. But what was wrong with rook e6? If we're calm about it and just go rook e6 and just, again, once the rook attacks the queen, we just go, no problems. Oh. Ooh.
Where does the queen go? 'Cause
Oh,
you're gonna
the
lose
queen.
e4.
Queen has to hold on to e4. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah. In these types of positions, often the top computer move is some sort of very quiet move that makes one more decisive improvement in the position. Here, it makes sense that the queen will take on e4 with check. So tucking the king away on the side of the board is probably the safest way to ensure that black doesn't have any shenanigans. And if black goes rook f8 here, then you have left open the e6 square for your queen. So patience in small doses is very important when you're trying to convert these types of positions smoothly. But this is what I would try. If I'm Arjun, anything is possible. You know, white's king is still pretty unstable.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as we've seen, there is still chances to go wrong. And if you capture with the queen on g2, is that going to be easier on a practical level?
I think well, I was very attracted to rook b6 here at first. And he has taken with the king. Good stuff from Jordan. But here the queen would have dropped back to 8, and somehow black is holding the fort. And white has a very hard time of overprotecting the e4 pawn. The white queen is tied down a little bit to its defense. Let's go back to the live board. We've got the check on f5, and Jordan confidently carrying out the winning moves here. Bishop d4, I think, is coming next. Yeah, this is
Bishop d4,
this is almost
yeah.
over.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
Is there any other move other than bishop d4? Is this the case that everything is going to win?
I don't think there are too many other moves because again, rook e6, there is rook f8. So you need that extra bit, you need a huff and puff on the straw house to blow it down, but you need that big bad wolf to finally reemerge out of its state of defensive dormancy on g1, where it was faithfully assisting the king. But now the king is able to handle himself nicely, and the pressure on that knight is just a little bit too much for black to bear. It's also important that the check on e2 can always be parried with bishop to f2, and the queen on f5 guards all the potential checking squares. Arjun with king to g8 as predicted.
Okay. Bishop
Here comes the
d4,
bishop.
and then followed by the very clever king h3. That is just too cool for school.
Yeah, bishop d4, king h3, and then you'll still have to find the crushing blow. I mean, maybe rook e6 in that position already works. Maybe at that point you take on e5 because queen takes e4 is not check. But I think Jordan is probably thinking, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. First, let me tighten all the screws to the maximum. And he does just that. Bishop d4
plays.
So
Yeah,
confident.
and he is. And I like this move because it sets up a threat of bishop takes knight. And only one move to stay alive.
Queen a8. Got to blockade the pawn with the lady.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it with a rook because you drop the knight. In the meantime,
King h. Yeah.
meantime, Parham is still thinking. It's a little bit too late.
Have you ever had that
Just a little bit.
situation where your opponent has blitzed into a losing position, and then when they've reached a losing position, they've had like the longest think in the world, and you're like, too little, too late.
100%.
It would have been better. It would have been better if you had thought before. I had this once, and my opponent thought for an hour and a half. I didn't quite know what to do. There comes a stage where it just feels like it's awkward. You're just like wandering around. You can't sit down at the board because they're not moving, and you're thinking, okay, I have paced enough times around the room. I've paced so long that it's probably rude. And
He's just resigned.
He's resigned.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. He figures that Jordan has so much time. He's going to figure out king h3. I mean, Jordan is a former Tata Steel champion. I think the resignation is not really premature. I think it makes a lot of sense, actually. He wants to put himself out of his misery and make it to pizza, which I think might close earlier on Sundays.
Yeah. I disagree somewhat. I think that after queen a8, let Jordan find king h3, and then you can issue your resignation. Because there was still a lot of tricks on the board. Like, for instance, you can go wrong with bishop takes knight, and after rook takes, it's suddenly white is the one that was on the back foot.
Agreed. No, I'll concede the point. I think Arjun was just so dejected by the state of affairs in the position, the way the game has gone. I think it is admirable that he sits at the board and discusses it with his opponent rather than, storming off. It is his second loss in a row. He must feel pretty miserable going into the rest day, but he is a class act. He's a professional, and professionals, they swallow the bitter pill, and they behave in an adequate manner, even when things don't go well. As the players discuss the final fascinating stage of the game, what a brilliant display by Arjun-Van Forest. Let's tune into the Gukesh game because he is about to checkmate his opponent. It is forced mate in 3, and what a beautiful mate it is.
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful mate it is.
It absolutely is. And first of all, he distracts the knight away from the defense of the G4 square. And we have another handshake. The two games almost finished simultaneously. And what an unbelievable game with so many twists and turns. It was just like a movie. Kept us on our toes and kept us entertained.
Oh my gosh. And I think Gukesh was pointing at the G3 square And Parham, he can't believe it. He's like, what was I thinking with King G6? It's the double whammy, Yovi, of A, missing what looked like a win with Knight G3 back to F5, but B, not even going for the forced draw with Knight G3, Knight F1. And his over-ambitious play, his blindingly over-ambitious play costs him in this game. Parham is such a fighter. I mean, it is a treat to watch him play, but sometimes when his form is not ideal, he can go too far, one step too far, and a dejected Parham Maksudlu sets up the pieces. The first win for Gukesh. Not how he thought he'd get it, but he will take it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And, they're looking at it.
They're analyzing it.
Yeah, and Gukesh is showing him Knight F5.
Oh my gosh, this is not going to make Parham happier. They're setting up that position. And not all of the pieces have been set up, but they remember the position. They're just using the pieces as cues. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at Parham. Yeah. He's like, what? I missed that. Knight F5. He's pointing to the F5 square. That's where the knight should have gone.
Yeah, I know. And Gukesh, we have to remember, he loves solving compositions. In fact, he is a composer himself. And Parham, just look at his face. He can't believe it that he did not seize that opportunity.
Inconsolable, and we have all been there. This is so immensely relatable, that feeling when your opponent tells you about a missed opportunity, when you come back to the hotel room and check it on the computer and you just tear your heart out, just thinking, how could I possibly have missed that? Why didn't I take another 3 or 5 minutes? The course of the tournament might have been completely different. There is Parham. Oh, devastating.
You just didn't see it. But in fairness, backward knight moves are actually the hardest type to spot. I'm sure he was just thinking the knight is going to go to F1. I don't want a draw. I feel like I have the kind of position where I can play for the win. But Parham just did not sense the danger. And there we can see the results of today. See, 3 draws at the top. But boy, it's been another bloodthirsty round with 4 decisive games. Arjun-Van Forest beating Arjun Erigaisi and Richard Rapport snatching a point from Pragnanda, who lost on time. And of course, well, the headline match was Magnus Carlsen absolutely crushing Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. And there we have the final victory. Gukesh getting his first point, getting onto the scoreboard by defeating Parham Maksudlu.
Wow, what a round, and how this changes the tournament cross table. Let's take a look at the standings. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who maintains his 1-point lead despite drawing in this round. Anish Giri, he had minor chances against Vincent Keymer, wasn't able to win. Neither was Wesley So, who did also stand slightly better throughout the game, but Ding Liren was just too watertight. And Fabiano Caruana slips from the ledge. He is now only on +1. He is together with Magnus Carlsen, a tie for 4th place. Unbelievable progress by the world champion in only 2 rounds. He has turned the tournament around completely. He has gone from 11th place to a tie for 4th through 7th, but he will need a couple more wins if he wants to make a serious bid to win this tournament. But for the first time, he has a fighting chance. And unfortunately for Vincent Keymer and for Gukesh, who despite the win still sits tied for last place, we will keep an eye on these young players as they try to climb their way out of the bottom of the tournament standings. Maybe that win will give Gukesh confidence. Let's review the pairings. Tomorrow is a rest day, so do not tune in at 8 a.m. and expect a round. This round will come your way on Tuesday. It'll be round 9 of 13. And Yovi, so many of these pairings catch my eye. Nodirbek, I think, has a good chance with the black pieces to beat a struggling Vincent Keymer. We've got Magnus against Gukesh, which we are going to keep a close eye on as the world champion tries to continue his furious comeback, among many other fascinating pairings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so many catch my eye. And you know what we have come to expect? There is simply going to be fights on every single board. And I definitely think there will be a lot of drama, a lot of action, a lot of thrills, and a lot of spills.
There will indeed, and that round is coming your way again, not tomorrow, but Tuesday at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Well, you're going to have to wait 2 days for the next round, but the wait for something else is over because after a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past PCL participants include Magnus, Ding, Nepo, Fabi, Hikaru, MVL, and Anish. So we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over 100K on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use !PCL in the chat to learn all about it. Well, we've learned all about Magnus Carlsen's comeback skills and, of course, about Nodirbek Abdusattorov's skill as he maintains his 1-point lead in the tournament. And as we look at a continuingly devastated Parham Maksudlu, he simply cannot believe it. Gukesh scores his first win in the tournament. Oh my gosh, I can't believe what action we just observed for 5 entire hours. But all good things, Yovi, must come to an end. Our withdrawal won't last long, only a day and a half. But I'll pass it on to you for your final thoughts on this incredible round 8.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, it's been insane at times. It's just been the most heartbreaking, but also the most thrilling round of the whole tournament. We've had so much drama, so much tales of the unexpected. And Daniel, you just made it a pleasure. Boy, has it been a ride. And thank you so much. It's been so much fun.
Thank you, Yovi. The feeling is mutual, and I just can't believe how quickly the hours pass when you're watching games that are this interesting. We'd like to thank everybody in the chat. We had over 40,000 at the peak watching on Twitch and on YouTube. We know your weekends are busy. You're seeing friends. You're having brunch, but we appreciate it when you take time out of your day to watch this historic, fascinating 85th edition of the Tata Steel tournament. And thank you also to Bick, our producer, and our entire amazing Chess.com team for yet another flawless broadcast. Folks, we will see you bright and early on Tuesday at 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central European time for what promises to be an incredible round 9. You will not want to miss it. But for now, this was Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Jovanka Huska from the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We will see you on Tuesday. So long.